Alright, hello everyone, and welcome to twitch.tv/HobbyBoxBurns. I am Joe Burns, HobbyBoxBurns. My mic is really peaking. Alright, well, how's everything going tonight? So we are back into Final Fantasy XIV here. We are making our jump, getting closer and closer and closer to Shadowbringers. Hey, Super Todoroki, how's it going tonight? So yes, we are going to continue to make our steps towards Shadowbringers. Maybe we'll get there tonight. We'll find out. I don't think we'll get quite there, but we're going to get closer. So when last we left, Elfino had gotten himself into a bit of a pickle. He had left to go with the Garleans back to Garlemald, but they were assaulted on the way. Crash landed in the Blight? The Bite? Something like that. And so now we got to go try to find a way to get there to rescue him. And so that is where we are at tonight. About to just sort of rush headlong over in that direction to try to track him down and I guess do some form of saving if that is what's necessary. So, first things first, let's see if we sold anything. Yeah, I'm not gonna play FNAF probably for a long time. Not really one to play much for horror games. Sorry, Super Todoroki. Let's see here. So we did have a couple of sales. So yeah, not a whole lot of gil. I am on Discord, yes. 1, 2, 3, 4... But I'm already in a lot of Discord servers. I do not have a Discord server myself. Paulinana sold a couple of things that looks like also. Or maybe not. Just the Dune Manta from last time. Okay. So I don't think we have to take any of the cash away from her. So yeah, we're going to have to go back to Kugane. So let's settle in. There we go. There we go. I suppose I could pull this down just a little bit. Almost pull my monitor off of my desk. Okay, so yeah, we have to meet with Hien near the House of the Fierce. So, up this way. So, over to Yangsha we go. All right. All sorts of side quests that we will take care of at some point. But not while we're working our way through the main story quests here. They up above us? There they are. They are up above us. So we have Alize, Yushtola, and Yugiri here. We're coming for you, Elfino. Having named him an emissary of Doma, Lord Hien considers himself personally responsible for Master Elfino's safety. Naught I could say would sway him from joining the search. With such a steed to bear me to and fro, I could perform my field work in a fraction of the time. Mayhap I try my hand at this Bardam's metal. It was a weird place, Y'shtola. If everyone is here and possessed of a bird, let us away. Remember, our destination is a barren wasteland. There is no civilization to speak of for 100 malms in all directions. Take care you do not lose your way. The burn. That's where we need to go. Feel the burn. Hey, Jor-El. Son of Jor-El. Kneel before Zod. En route to Garlemald, Alphino made a final link pearl call to Thancred before falling silent. During the one-sided and distorted communication, he is said to have spoken the words, the burn. The name of the vast wasteland on the western edge of Othard. Once a verdant region teeming with flora and fauna, repeated summoning saw it bled of aether and reduced to a barren desert. But even in an unforgiving environment such as this, life has endured. In a fierce struggle for what little aether yet remains, the burn's beastly denizens have grown uncommonly savage, and you and your comrades must contend with their dangerous ilk as you scour its white sands for Alphino's trail. I am level 70 in this game. Alright, so... let's attack a tiger. Why not? Ooh. That's a big boy. Oh, that's one of the Matangas, which is going to be the new race in... or the new beast tribe. One of the new beast tribes in the new expansion. Yeah, that guy's... yeah, that guy's not something where we're gonna trifle with. Well, apparently Hitman 3 was doing an update. That's good to know. So let's see what to do in the meantime. I don't think I have anything to sell. All right, have a good night, Super Todoroki. Thanks for stopping by. I hope you have a nice night too. There's some of our kukuru butter. I suppose we could maybe... Let's look here. Let's see what, yeah, we're going to be too low a level to do any gathering here. I would take it. But, I don't know. We can switch to botanist quick. Okay, yep, I'm too low a level to be here for this. So... what was I needing to do for these quests? Eastern Lanoska. Alright, well, let's head there. Ooh, eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Which side is it going to be? Raincatcher Gully, I think, is on this side. So while we're queuing, we'll go take care of a little bit of this, I suppose. Raincatcher Gully. And we need to get Ramhorn somethings. Of course, that's in the way. Ramhorn Zucchini. Alright. So let's track some of that down here. Okay, so we have a lot more abilities now. So let's scope this out a little bit. So, increase the number of items obtained when gathering by 2. Okay, so that's like the on-demand gather more stuff. Increases the chance of obtaining high NQ items while gathering by 30%. Does not increase chances for items which start at 0%. Alright, so let's find these lush vegetation patches here. I don't think we're going to be able to use... I don't think we'll be able to get it from the trees. I think it said specifically... Oh, maybe we can get it from the trees. Let's try that first, then. Nope. There we go. I think those blue icons on the mini-map are what we're looking for here. Just as long as we don't get attacked. There we go. Okay, Ramhorn Zucchini. So let's do this. So it's a 40% chance to gather. 40% is not 100%, as we're finding out. All right, that's one. Dung midge swarm. All of the dung. There we go. We got lucky there. Not quite there yet. Let's just do this to get another 10%. See how that goes for us. Probably not lucky enough. There we go. We got one. We got one. I've not watched Ghostbusters in a long, long time. Like a long time. All right. We do have some cordial we can use if we need to. 42, there we go. This is a good use for our resting XP too. Since I'm really not worried about... I don't think 9-minute guess on our duty finder is going to be accurate. I don't think it's accurate. Because we are at 9 minutes almost now. Oh, I forgot to use a cordial. Also, salt cod. There we go. Rabbit pie. Whoops. Well, let's see if we can get lucky on this one. There's probably more optimal ways to be gathering here. I probably should have a lot more materia stocked up. Nice. All right. Well, we're making progress on something while we're waiting. That's a good thing. Multitasking is always good here. No luck there. Well, we're going to have plenty of these cucumbers. Or, sorry, zucchini, sorry. Hopefully we'll be able to cook some things with it. Ooh. Alright. So we have to use our last gathering to get that leather map. Because that was rare. What it's going to be good for, I guess, we'll find out. There we go. Halfway there. Ooh. Okay, we do have a tank in our duty finder, so that is a good first step. I would think the queue will move a lot faster once we get a healer. Ooh, got lucky there. Okay. Nice, nice, nice. Oh, I could hear the clicking outside, so I thought my TV the volume was up, but it's the controller. I forgot that it'll play out of the controller. Say hi to everyone.
Make ready, friends. We are come to the burn.
Everyone, land where you can. We must wait out the storm.
Oh, wow. Some falling rocks here. It's always funny when your really huge person in the party is a Rogaden, but he's your healer. There, we got one eye finally. Hey! Oh wow, haha, that's pretty cool. All right, let's keep my Blood of the Dragon going here. Alright, I think I've... Oh, get around back. There we go. I was going to say, I think I have the mechanics down of this. There we go. Well, someone went down, but we did all right. Oh, this is an interesting change up now. Huh. From like desert beasts to frickin' a bunch of droids. Oh, belts. For old time's sake. Oops. Yeah, Blood of the Dragon's gonna drop. That's alright. Ah, damn it. Timing was not on my side there. Woof. I am not sure what I'm supposed to do about that. Oh. There we go. This music's super interesting in this dungeon. The Aspersory here, huh? This place is cool as fuck, yes. Oh, aha. Dang. Oh, is our final battle going to be against a huge-ass sandworm? Because that's kind of cool. Hey, baby smell. Interested in a... Interested to see how we deal with this next one? Is it a tough one? Lots of weird AoE shenanigans, or just weird stuff that we have to do to take it down? Oh, wow. It's a dragon. Oh, wow. The Mist Dragon, huh? It's really not all that tough. Things can go south really fast with this boss. Okay. I screwed up already. Come on! No, I fucked up. Oh, shit. I thought I'd gotten out of the way there. The dragon dissolves into mist, huh? Uh-oh. This isn't good. Ah. Ooh, this is bad. Oh yeah, we're done. Yeah, that's wipe one. Might be a few of them. Okay, I got that one. So it looks like we got to move very fast out of the AoE there, huh? White Mage getting everything. Wiki says don't attack him when he's missed in center of the arena, otherwise you freeze. Yeah, and I think we gotta try to take out those heads as fast as possible so that the damage doesn't happen. Kill ads instead. Yeah, that's what I was trying to do. Sorry, that's all in the chat around me where you guys can't see. Yeah, I tab targeted for the first time in years and paid the price. Okay. All right. Well, that went better. Ah, shit. Oh, I thought he was going to turn. Oh, we're fucked. We're so screwed. Me and the tank. Yep. Oh, I should have waited. Yeah, that's not going well. He's still alive, huh? I got hit by the star AoE thing. I'll need to make sure not to do that. Ah, the tank's staying alive like a champ, though. Holy crap. Okay, there he went. We sort of cornered ourselves into it and the puddles, yeah. 2 stars close together are horrible to avoid. When we are targeted by the stars, yes. Alright. Oh, I could have sworn I got out of the way of that thing. That's all of them. A little bit of a waste of the life of the dragon, but that's all right. Start getting it back already. Get out of the way! Alright. Oh, okay, he turned into mist again. Oh, this is this part. Yeah, you gotta move out of the way real fast, don't we? Oh no! Fuck. Nice. There, we figured it out. I gotta give props to that tank. They did a pretty great job. I don't need those. Ah. I guess I'll have a Bard at 70 at some point. Well, there. That wasn't too bad. We could have done better, but we could have definitely done worse. Definitely could have done worse. Ah. Readjust here. And let's see if this leads us to Elfino here. Hope you're having a good night, Baby Smell. Thanks for stopping by to witness our wipes.
Ah, there you are.
Hey, Hien.
Between
Sure enough.
contending with bloodthirsty beasts and sand in my every conceivable place, I had begun to despair of finding you again.
Sure, they show up right after we take care of the Mist Dragon.
Do you recognize the crashed ship over yonder? Mistress Alizé and I briefly inspected it. It is the vessel that bore Master Alphino away.
But there was no sign of him, nor of Maxima and his people.
War Machina. It would seem they were involved in a struggle.
Deus Ex War Machina.
There may be clues. We should split up and search the area.
It will be interesting to see if they break up the common thread of normal dungeons duties.
These were no ordinary soldiers. Over here! The insignia on this man's uniform identifies him as one of the Emperor's personal guard. Hand-picked soldiers, answering only to the royal family.
That would explain why all the casualties are Garlean. They were fighting their own.
You're saying the Emperor was behind all this? That Alphino is his prisoner?
Oh no, they got away. Let's say it with surety, because I know. I, as the player, know.
Aye, we must not jump to conclusions. Besides, Alphino is more than capable of looking after himself, is he not?
Yeah, he was pretty good in a fight. Like, if I had to stand with one of them in battle.
Return to Doma to consider our options. Whatever happened here, Master Alphino is long gone, and any subsequent search may safely be left in the hands of the shinobi.
Like, I would choose Alizé over Alphino, I think. Though Alphino's new class in Endwalker looks pretty amazing, so... And he's a healer, which, as a DPS, I need. Granted, Red Mage can do some healing too, so there is that. You choose Alphino since he can keep you alive. Yeah, that's true.
If you die on me, I will never let you hear the end of it.
Some healing. Yeah. For cure, that's a top tier healing spell. Right? All I know is it's a lot easier to play solo DPS with Red Mage than it is as Dragoon. Because Chocobo healing after a while just doesn't hold up. Forgive me, I need a moment. On present evidence, we have no reason to fear the worst. More than that, I cannot say. We are no closer to establishing Master Alphino's whereabouts, and the suggestion of an Imperial plot only compounds matters. We have much to consider. Well, that was a decidedly uneventful journey. I almost found myself hoping for a sandstorm. Joking aside, I'd say our birds are due a good brushdown and a treat or two, wouldn't you? Shadows in the Empire? It's been a long time since I've even thought of that game. I had hoped to steal a moment's rest after our little outing, but it would seem duty calls. A foreign emissary arrived in my absence. Do not let us keep you, then. Actually, I was wondering if you might join me. I cannot think of a guest who could fail to be impressed by the presence of the Scions. At least, none I should be happy to receive. Of course, if you think it will be useful. Thank you. Let us return to my manor, then. Oh, it must have went to my armory chest. Were they boots? Or was it armor? It was not a belt. That was these. For Doma! For Doma! Alright, let's see what Hien has got cooking here. The sound effects while they're walking kind of make me think of
What brings you here?
Monty Python and the Holy Grail with the coconuts.
Oh, Alliance business. We have a request for Doma. Well, Hien. But that can wait. They told me you were out searching for Alphino. Did you manage to pick up his trail?
Well, we kind of did.
Well, if he wasn't at the crash site, he might still have escaped. We have to keep searching.
You and what army?
And we will. Alphino embarked on this journey as an emissary of Doma, and I hold myself responsible for his safe return. I will have our shinobi in the provinces search for him as a matter of urgency. Chin up, Alize. You'll get to admonish your brother for his recklessness yet.
Well, someone has to do it.
That's what twins are for.
I'm sure he's going to be fine. There is one thing I'm not sure about, though. You said it was the Emperor's personal guard that attacked Alphino's airship. But the Popularis would never have been able to arrange the prisoner exchange without Varys' blessing. So why would he sabotage his own mission?
They may not have been acting on Varys' orders. The guard answer not only to him, but to his family. The Crown Prince included.
When Yotsuyu summoned Tsukuyomi, Asahi was quick to proclaim that a Dorman citizen had violated the terms of our agreement, that the negotiations had failed. And it is this version of events that is now being repeated across Garlemald. To hear the tale, one would think the prisoner exchange never took place. Plainly, someone is manipulating matters from the shadows. Most likely Xenos, or whoever it is that wears his face.
Whichever Ascian you mean. We all know the nature of our adversary.
Adversary?
The servants of Chaos are true to their name. Their meddling has cost Dorma a chance at peace. Whoever it was that loosed his personal guard, the Emperor cannot be ignorant of these developments. We must proceed on the assumption that our treaty is indeed in tatters.
I mean, really, it never existed in the first place. Since it was all just a ruse from the Empire. Which is kind of what we expected, to be honest.
But come, Lys. You have journeyed far. Let me hear your petition.
Right. So the big news is that Alamigo has agreed to join the Eorzean Alliance. To make it official, and discuss where we all go from here, the leaders of the 5 nations are planning to hold a meeting, and we were hoping you might come too.
Because those always go so well.
We've already seen what we can achieve when we work together, and the Alliance hopes to work even more closely in future. They think it's our best hope of keeping the Garleans in check, and I agree.
As do I. By coordinating our efforts in the east and west, we may be able to discourage them from committing their forces to a single front. I accept your invitation. I must, however, ask for time to attend to some pressing matters here. In light of recent events, the risk of Imperial reprisals is greater than ever, and I would not leave Dorma unguarded. Ere I depart, I must shore up her defenses.
Callista, go to these 10 places and talk to people.
Understood. I'll let the Alliance know. We'll wait to hear from you before setting a date. The meeting's to be held at the Royal Palace in Alamigo, incidentally. Do you remember the way?
Well enough. Please assure my hosts that I will not keep them waiting any longer than I have to.
Consider it done. And thank you for agreeing to come. If we all put our heads together, we're sure to find the best way forward. For everyone.
Don't worry, Alphino's been through countless trials and come out stronger every time. He'll be back, I'm sure of it. That the Alliance would extend an invitation to Doma bespeaks the depth of their concern. Nor are they misguided. If Garlemald has fallen under Ascian control, the threat we face is incalculable. Yugiri assures me the task of searching is best left to her comrades. I shall trust to their experience and focus on what I can do. While we are happy to cooperate with the Eorzean Alliance, there are many things that Doma must do alone. My advisors and I will presently convene to discuss the matter of Doma's defenses. You are welcome to stay, of course. Had you not offered, I would have requested leave to remain. Where the Ascians are concerned, naught may be left to chance. As ever, we would benefit from your experience. I thank you for coming, Lys, even if it was on official business. I had hoped there might be time to show you the land you helped to save, but I will settle for a fleeting visit if needs must. There never does seem to be enough time for anything, does there? But I did get to see a little of the Enclave. You've made excellent progress, I must say. And soon you'll have the chance to see how we're getting on, too. Till the meeting, then. Callista, I was wondering if I might have a word with you before I go in private. Go on, my friend. I will send for Hakuro and the others in the meantime. Great. I'll wait for you at the docks. Bye-bye. To the docks. Yeah, we'll just run. We'll just run there. Hello, Lise. Thanks for coming. Knowing you, you've probably guessed what I wanted to talk about. Alice. She's acting as if everything's all right, but it's clear she's barely coping. The Alice I know is overbearing, willful, and reckless, and that's fine. It's how she deals with feeling weak. She has to keep moving, or she's afraid she'll fall apart. A lot like me. But the thing about people like us is that we need someone to keep an eye on us. I had Papalymo, and now I have my friends in the Resistance, and Alize has you and the Scions. Before you start, I'm not saying you're neglecting her. I'm sure you aren't, and I'm sure you won't. But she's a good friend, and when I see her like this, I can't help worrying. So please, make sure you give her all the support she needs, all right? Leave it to me. Thank you, Callista. It goes without saying, but if there's anything I can do, you only need to ask. Well, I'd best be off. See you in Alamigo. If there's anything I can do from across the world, just let me know. I'll do it. That's like me telling a friend, hey, if there is absolutely anything I can do for you, let me know. I'm going to Tokyo. See you. I guess one difference is there's teleportation here. But it seems like I'm the only one that can teleport. Like, these other people will build the Aetherites, but it doesn't seem like they use them. Am I just not remembering something in the lore where, like, that's only a thing the Warrior of Light can do? Woo! Yep, show me in. We all had our suspicions from the start, but a part of me was credulous enough to believe the Empire's promises. Never again. The Imperial Court is a nest of vipers, and any peace they offer is laced with poison. Ah, there you are, my friend. Everyone has assembled, so let us begin.
If we are to ready ourselves for invasion, we shall need manpower, provisions, and time. all of which are in notably short supply.
Candid as ever, Yugiri. Correct, I concede. Fortunately, I have an idea. 'Tis plain no single nation can stand against the might of the Empire. And it was only with the aid of others that Dorma succeeded in winning her freedom. So, I mean to take a leaf out of our Eorzean friends' book and form an alliance of our own.
Oh?
In addition to those with whom we already share an understanding, I would reach out to Hingashi and Suinosato, and further afield to the myriad peoples of Nangsha and Dalmasca. I am under no illusion. Not all will answer the call. Yet disparate though we may be, we are united in our desire for freedom. If our neighbors could be made to see what is at stake, Ascian machinations and all, cooperation need not be so far-fetched a notion.
It may even seem practical. Under the guidance of our former leader, Master Louis Soir, we once strove to unite the fractious city-states of Eorzea. I dare say that experience shall be of use in your endeavor.
We should be glad of your wisdom.
For the record, I would have been in favor of this plan even if it hadn't been my grandfather's, but I have to ask, how will we secure the time to carry it out? Not that anyone has forgotten, but the Garleans have airships. Lots and lots of airships. Should they catch wind of our plan, they could send an armada to overwhelm us before our alliance had even begun to take shape.
Not if we deny them access to the skies. During our time in the Burn, the Warrior of Light and I chanced upon some Allagan ruins.
We did?
Oh?
As such ruins go, they were not particularly unusual. But something about the surrounding land struck me as odd. Faint though it was, its ethereal residue was uncannily similar to that of Azizlar. Identical, in fact. For locations so far removed to share a single etheric signature is all but impossible. I conclude, therefore, that the Allagans created the floating continent with land taken from the Burn.
Huh.
While that is a most intriguing theory, I fail to see what relevance it has to Dorma's defense.
Azizlar was enclosed in a powerful energy barrier, impenetrable even to an Agrias-class battleship. It occurred to me that those ruins may have enjoyed similar protection. I have no proof, but the Warrior of Light did report seeing a structure resembling other known Allagan field generators.
I guess I did.
All right. But even if we could put up such an energy barrier, it surely wouldn't extend beyond the limits of the Burn. So what's to stop the Garleans flying around it?
Fuel. The Dalmascan capital, Rabanasta, was a key Imperial refueling point in the east. By laying waste to it as a lesson to the rest, the Empire greatly hindered its own operations in the region. If an Imperial fleet were to advance upon Dorma, it would now have little choice but to travel, as the crow flies, over the Burn.
I see.
I see.
A word of caution. Even assuming the generator still functions, raising a barrier of such a scale will require a prodigious amount of energy. And few places are so bereft of suitable crystals as the Burn.
A source of energy. Tell me, did the Allagans make a habit of launching things into the sky?
A curious question. Besides Azizlar, I know of only one other notable instance. The Red Moon Dalamud, whose fall triggered the calamity.
Just the two occasions, you say? Then I believe I may have a solution to our energy problem.
You do?
I may. To find out for sure, we would need to visit the Azim Steppe. Which would, I now see, present the perfect opportunity to discuss an alliance with the Zayla tribes. How very neat. What say you then? Shall we see whither this road leads?
What a great plan, if I don't say so myself. Totally perfect. You really don't know there are cutscenes where you're seen running on to a place on foot instead of using an aetheryte, or at least a mount. That is true. In the field of aetherology, the Azim Steppe remains unbroken ground. Having missed your last expedition through injury, I mean to seize this opportunity with both hands. The Azim Steppe. I always wanted to see it. The reigning Ruby Princess is more receptive to the outside world than her predecessor, it is true, but what we offer is an invitation to war. Though I will plead our case, I fear we can expect little of Sui no Sato. Ruibos! Hien is eager to set out for the Azim Steppe. It is settled, then. I will journey to the Azim Steppe with the Scions, Yugiri and Hakuro. I leave our other neighbors to you. My apologies, but I won't be joining you. I am no aetherologist, and what skills I do possess are unlikely to be of any great use to the mission. But more importantly, it seems to me that the ruins in the burn warrant attention. And so, while you are away securing an energy source, I will engage our friends at Garland Ironworks to undertake a complete overhaul of the field generators. We will need them in good working order if our plan is to succeed. I trust there are no objections? Come on. Yeah. Have care on the steppe. From what I hear, the Zayla are like fighting with friends almost as much as foes. Good luck. I am the... what is it? I am the Khan. So, they'll listen to me. They should, anyway, unless the title's worthless. Just the three of us, then. Very well. Shall we make first for reunion? I guess we don't need to go outside to do this. Hey, this is where we met you, Hien. Just like old days. 'Tis a fine feeling to be back. Were it not for our mission, I would like nothing more than to lie on the grass and watch the clouds float by. So, this is the Azim Steppe. The tales do not do it justice. If you think the view is impressive here, wait until we reach higher ground. Actually, seeing as it's your first visit, permit me to show you my favorite spot. This is where we first met.
I will never tire of this vista. The endless fields, the boundless skies. 'Tis a sight to make a man forget his cares.
But not his purpose, I trust. Might this be a fitting moment to tell us what we are doing here?
No shit, you stole her. Get to the point.
Of course. During my time with the Mole, I learned some few myths of this land. One goes thus. In the distant past, when all seemed doomed, a wayfaring soul came unto the steppe. Venturing into the northern crag, he received of Nama a sliver of her essence, a shard of the shining moon, and with it clove the tainted land from the earth. The end thus averted. To these fields did the wayfaring soul return, and venturing once more into the northern crag, he buried the shard, and made unto the heavens an offering of blood.
A tainted land cloven from the earth, and an offering of blood to the heavens. Azizlar and Dalamud.
That was my thinking, yes.
And you believe that yonder mountains hide an artifact possessed of sufficient power to raise Azizlar up to the heavens? I suppose that might suffice.
Worth a closer look, would you say?
I would.
Get a room, you two. Sorry, Callista, we're busy having intellectual intercourse here. An intriguing myth, though I wonder how Nama came to be woven into it. An Allagan hand, perhaps? From here we shall travel to Mol Ilor. There we may ask Serena about the particulars of the myth and raise the matter of an alliance with the rulers of the steppe. So, Baby Smell, what is it that you're working on in the game right now? You working on Boja or doing runs of Delibrum? I really know nothing about them other than the names, just because I hear everybody talking about them. So that is Serena. Lise told me something of that woman, but I did not think that we would ever have occasion to meet. Tell me, do you notice anything different about the mole? How they carry themselves? That, my friend, is pride. I do believe their victory in the Nadam meant more to them than I realized. Hien, Callista, I am glad of your visit and the opportunity to welcome a new friend. How may we serve you? There is a matter I would discuss with them all. It concerns not only the peoples of the steppe, but of every land in the Far East. A shard of the shining moon left behind by a wayfaring soul. And you need this to protect our lands? I do. My friends and I wish to find the shard and ascertain the extent of its power. Will you tell me more of the place where it lies buried? This northern crag? If that is your wish. In the mountains to the north there is a cavern called the House of the Crooked Coin. Inside this cavern are pillars of stone that legend holds to be the source of Nama's power. There, I believe, you will find what you seek. Ah, yes, I know the place. 'Tis a brisk walk from here. And what are your thoughts on an alliance? Should the Empire return, our lands will be engulfed in a storm of conflict, whether we will it or no. If we do not stand together, we will fall apart. This I believe with all my heart. However... Among the tribes of the steppe, there are those who revere Nama above all else. To them, the pillars are sacred and not to be disturbed. Should you proceed as you propose, such tribes are like to spurn an alliance, prompting others to follow their example. That is my concern. But it is by no means certain that the pillars will provide the power you seek. Ere you risk the ire of the followers of Nama, might you not first visit the House of the Crooked Coin? If all is as you hope, we may then consider how best to earn their blessing. I thank you for your counsel. We will do as you suggest. I have no desire to give offense to those with whom I would join hands. Thank you for your understanding. Though the mole may reign over the steppe today, this decision will shape the days to come, and we would not force others into war against their will. Nor we. 100-fold stronger are they who choose to fight of their own accord. Take the silver pieces. In a place such as the steppe, where myriad tribes exist side by side, it is important to respect each other's ways. And it would be wise indeed to respect the beliefs of those who would gladly render up body and soul to the Duskmother. I thought she was the next quest, otherwise I really wouldn't have talked to her. The Will of the Moon. Y'shtola is ready to put her skills to use. It seems the time has come to put my skills to use. Pray lead the way to the House of the Crooked Coin. Ever the eager one. Oh, wow. These people must just be grinding fates in a group, huh? We gotta go this way, though. Oh, that's a big ol' Grimekala. House of the Crooked Coin. I mean, that definitely looks Allagan to me. Well, it certainly looks powerful, but powerful enough? That you'll have to ask the expert.
An abundance of ether.
Are we in luck?
Oh no, Y'shtola's summoning a primal, no! She turned!
We are. This is an Allagan artifact, most likely built to regulate the flow of ether. I strongly suspect the ancients used it to stem the flow from here to the burn. That would explain how they were able to untether what became Azizlar from its surroundings. But were we to throw open the floodgates, the resultant deluge would surely be sufficient to raise our wall. And in restoring the flow, we may also restore life to the wasteland.
Sounds like there's a butt coming.
What is it?
While the device itself harbors a surfeit of ether, the opposite is true of the surrounding area. An effect of regulation, perhaps. A similar phenomenon seemed to be occurring in Doma. Whatever the explanation, the answer will not reveal itself here. We have seen what we needed to see. Let us return to Mol Illo.
Time to head back. You found that which you seek, then. Great indeed is the Dusk Mother's power. If naught less will suffice to protect our lands, the blessing of the other tribes must now be sought. Of course, but to which tribe should we appeal? There are many who worship Nama, but none are so fervent in their faith as the Dotharl. Their consent shall be the key. The Dotharl. Lee spoke of them, a warlike tribe possessed of unique customs and beliefs. I sense their cooperation will not be easily won. Nay, but it will be well worth the effort. The Dotharl fear nothing, death least of all, and our alliance would be greatly strengthened by their presence. Let us go to Dotharl Ka and treat with their Khatun, Sadhu. Alright, that's some gear. It's the antiquated Chaos Burgeonette, huh? Interesting. Interesting. Alright, all the way over that way. This music's pretty good, too. They did a really good job. I'm not a huge fan of, like, the town music. In this part of the world. But a lot of, like, the music in the actual environments are pretty nice. What is that? Is that like a building that had a collapsed roof? Huh. Never noticed that my last time when I was hanging around in the steppe. Bum, 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 bum. Despite her fondness for battle, Sadhu is an astute leader. If we plead our case in earnest, I am certain she will be persuaded. Great faith gives rise to great strength, for better or for worse. Whatever it is the Dotharl holds sacred, we would do well to accord it all respect. Remember me? I was your friend, kinda. You again? Other matters demand our time, Hagan. Unless it is battle you seek. Alas not, quite the opposite, in fact. We want to defile your land. Are you okay with that? Spitting in the face of your religion. Talking, always talking. You say the pillars hold great power? Of course they do. They are the source of Nama's strength. To the Dotharl, no place is more sacred, and we will make ash of any who would defile it. Though I see this is not your wish. You see the wisdom of our proposition, then. You will join hands with us? I said nothing of joining hands. You wish to wield Nama's power to defend these lands, and this I will allow. But for leaving the steppe to fight the men in iron, I would have something in return. Namely? Power! Namely, battle. With you, Hagan! She wants to be. The Nadam ended ere it began. I would face you again alone without distractions. Defeat me, prove yourself the stronger, and you shall have the Dotharl as your allies. Surely these are agreeable terms. Well, this is a not wholly unexpected turn of events, though I had assumed I would be the one required to fight. Alas, the Hatun has made her choice. Shall we dance? Though I don't know how confident I am in fighting her as a Dragoon, as I did this part as Red Mage. Ha! It shall be a battle the steppe shall not soon forget. Ah, already my soul burns brighter. Prepare yourself, Hagan, and await me outside the car. I will gather my witnesses and join you anon. I did not this part. I did the part, when you had to fight in the thing to become the Hagan. So when it was like the free-for-all and all the different people were fighting. So I did that as Red Mage. So this will be a duty. I don't know if I'll have anybody healing me. So that could be a problem as a Dragoon. I don't think I can floor tank my way to a win in this fight. Try as I might, I fail to see the logic in this arrangement. I can but conclude there is none. It's about right. Yeah, they are, to some extent. When I was little, I would stride up to Gosetsu, wooden sword in hand, and challenge him. To his great credit, he never held back, and I had many a bump and bruise to show for it. Alright, well, let's see how this goes. That's true, that is true. Yeah, I'll find a way.
Yes! This spot shall serve as well as any. I shall enjoy this Han.
Is this truly necessary? Have you no peaceable way of making decisions?
Speak not of peace. You stand before proud warriors of the Dothal. In the heat of battle, their souls burn brightest. We lay low the strong that we may rise higher. That is our way. The way of might. There is no other.
Oh, they do not want for conviction.
Welcome to the steppe, Y'shtola.
Indeed. It's what makes them such dangerous enemies. And such useful allies.
Enough talk! It is time to fight!
That's right, she is the crazy, like, mage person, too, wasn't she? With, like, the big, like, pillars that move around and have tethers on them. Oh, shit. Of course. Because that would be too easy.
In death do our souls sing!
Oh, shit.
In death do our souls sing! In death do our souls sing!
One more, probably? Yep. Jeez, how many times? Oh, I can't target her. I can only target them this time.
In death do our souls sing!
Oh, shit.
In death do our souls sing!
Get out of the way!
In death do our souls sing!
Yeah, I don't know why they don't. Worries about Han Solo? Disney gonna sue? Jesus.
In death do our
Ah,
souls
shit.
sing!
We gotta kill her fast.
In death do our souls sing!
Finish her fast. Oh. I knew if I tried to get out of the way, it was probably gonna happen, so.
Yes! Yes! Not since the Nardum has my soul burned so!
Am I worthy? Am I worthy, Han?
We have only just begun.
Enough! You were not granted leave to set the steppe ablaze.
Well, well, the sun has come out to play.
Be gone, Moonstruck Oranir! I am busy!
Fool of a Dothal! Have you forgotten the face of your master already? The sun will never set! From his seat on high, he reigns over all, now and forever. Yet what should he find here but a battle to determine the fate of the steppe? A battle waged without his blessing. This will not stand.
Now, is it just going to be a free-for-all again?
Doman, you who come to petition the warriors of this land, forget that all Nama's children are wards of the Oranir. As first among my brothers, your petition is mine alone to judge.
These words are as wind from a horse's backside. Sings more sweetly. Let her speak for you.
Insolent child, you will learn your place.
Forgive me, Brother Magni, but we have an arrangement with the Dothal. We will not abide any interruptions.
So be it. The sun will pass judgment on all. Didakul, join me.
All right, round 2 apparently.
The sun is in good company. We may dance alone.
Beg not for mercy, for you will have none. Bear witness to the power and the glory of Azim!
Constantly at each other's throats like rabid dogs. Gods, I'm turning into her. I have not the patience for this. But if we must fight, let us at least be brief. Come.
Sorry, I cut Y'shtola off a little bit. So I have to defeat Magni now, huh? Oh, shit! Another one of these, huh? Okay. Cure 2. Stone 4. Arrow 2. Is she a white mage? Huh. I always thought Y'shtola was, I don't know, not a white mage.
Bow down before me!
Pride's supposed to be... Yeah, instead of attacking him... Yeah, I was probably supposed to be attacking those.
Mark well and learn. Concentrate.
Oh. Hey, Yiddy, how's it going?
Kill or die.
It's not an easy one, but it's not too bad though yet.
Bow down before me.
Mark well and learn.
Kill or die.
Yeah, this is in between Stormblood and Shadowbringers. Just about the Shadowbringers.
Bow down before me. Tremble before the sun.
Hurry to he inside. Oh shit. Hurry, hurry, hurry.
Let us be about it.
What? It took you a few tries? Now fall. Oh shit, okay.
Aoife, to me.
Yeah, she's doing some freaking Yuna shit from Final Fantasy X.
Have at you.
Ugh. What strength? How's it going? Long time no see. How you been doing, Yiddy? I must have won that fight. I mean, I was actually doing a lot better than I thought I was going to do in that fight.
Never have I felt such bliss in defeat. 'Twas a battle to burn soul and flesh to ash. We Dothal will lend you our strength as promised. Narma's power is yours to wield. What does the sun say to that?
The sun is not driven by base motives such as yours. But they have been judged and found worthy. It is the way of the Orinir to accord recognition and respect to the strong. You have made sufficient proof of your strength. The sun shall answer your call.
Well, there you go. We got the two, like, biggest fighting groups of the steppe.
You have our thanks. We are glad to call you allies.
Doman allies.
You? By what are you called?
Oh. Ha 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 ha.
Y'shtola, why?
Are you finally the one I've been searching for?
Are you? Are you my Nama?
Oh, this guy.
I beg your pardon?
In battle, you shone with all the majesty of the full moon's light. Your healing touch, the embodiment of the Dusk Mother's love. Long had I wondered if my Nama might not be a woman of the steppe. Beholding you, I am all but certain.
Oh, this guy.
Now, look into my eyes. Could it be? Could you be?
I am not interested, little son. Try again when you've become a man.
Oh, that is so brutal.
Little?
Oh, that was great. Oh, shoot. I missed what she said. Made fun of him being a little mad, I would suppose.
Does it pain you, little son? Crave you salve to soothe the ache? Fire to sear the wound in your heart?
Oh, that part was great. Of course!
We have wasted enough time here. Cyrena waits for word of our success.
That part was great. That actually might have been one of my favorite duties. Yeah. That might have been one of my favorite ones of those. That was a lot of fun. And it was interesting to play as Y'shtola, that's for sure. Offended? Not in the least. I am no stranger to clumsy propositions, and that, believe it or not, was far from the worst I have heard. Magnai's unannounced appearance had me worried for a moment, but it was not his day to shine. Still, I cannot fault the man's bravery. Oh, that was so great. You had not only to contend with Sadhu, but Magnai too? Such a fierce battle that must have been. Yet here you stand triumphant. Having passed such a test, they could not well deny you their allegiance. The mole will make no such demands. Weak though we are, we will gladly stand with you. The steppe is our home, and we will defend it with all our being. You have my heartfelt thanks. Of all the tribes of the steppe, there is none I would rather have at my side. God's willing, many more will rally to our cause. I shall send you word when we have answers from all the tribes. I cannot thank you enough, Cyrena. None of this would have been possible without you. Alright, now what, Y'shtola? The call. Y'shtola would see the aether flow once more. Aether flow. Get the great enduring moat. We have the requisite consent. 'Tis time to put Nama's power to use. If the aether flows as planned, all that remains is to have the Ironworks engineers do the work at the ruins. Come, let us return to the House of the Crooked Coin. Ooh. What is this, like a weird dust storm? What does the weather say? Gales. I would not have the first idea how to awaken such a contraption, let alone control it. But then I'm not an Archon of Charlian. That is true. I shall begin at once. You may wish to step back.
Did it work?
It did. Ether may flow freely to the burn once more.
To manipulate ether in such vast quantities is draining, to say the least. I shall take it slowly for a while. I do not pretend to understand what you did, Y'shtola, but you did it. Thanks to you and Callista, of course, we have taken a momentous step towards securing our defenses. Now, as much as I believe a rest is in order, we should probably make haste back to the Enclave. Agreed. The others may already have returned from their missions, and I would know how things stand. As would I. Without further ado, then. Alright, so... Oh, hey, Zach, how's it going? Yeah, that's alright. Nothing you saw here without context would really matter too much, so, from, like, a spoiler perspective, you have no idea where we're at, what we're doing. I'm running around in circles. Spoiler. No. Yeah, it's going great. I'm having a really good time. This stuff's pretty cool. You're still an Are you in Heavensward, or are you at the beginning of Shadowbringers? Trying to remember whereabouts you were at in the story. Heavensward, gotcha. Yeah, like I would say, so I really enjoyed all of Heavensward. The beginning of Stormblood was a little rough, but once I got through like the initial part, it really picked up for me, and I liked like the last half of it especially. That is quite the frog costume. Yeah, you got a ways to go. Hey, but that's the joys of these games, is it's all about taking them at your own pace, right? You know, when you're really feeling going through the story, you know, then you just roll with it. When you're not feeling the story, then you do crafting, do kind of whatever else you're interested in. Let's see. I think that's all I really earned to sell here. So we'll donate that back. So yeah, have you been able to get to 50 in crafting yet, Zach? Dun dun. Bum 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 dun dun dun. Let's see. Gathering logs. Right. You're considering a new character but don't really want to go through A Realm Reborn again, just taking a break, trying to get yourself to do a dungeon. Yeah, that's understandable. I mean, if you're just not feeling anything, I mean, it's not a terrible thing. You know, instead of going back through bored of being a paladin, spend more time pulling aggro than dealing damage you want to. Life of a paladin isn't exactly for thrill seekers. Yeah, I mean, instead of starting a new character, you could just start leveling another class. So then you have that variety. Like, that's the thing that I found. Like, I started off as a Dragoon, and then once I was able to, I unlocked Red Mage, because it's a different playstyle. So if I want to play a little bit different way, I have that flexibility then. And so that's kind of why I went with that direction. And then I was also doing Arcanist. Arcanist, actually, I think was my second class, because I wanted to mess around to see what a caster was like. And I knew that I would eventually end up getting Scholar and Summoner out of it. So then I had versatility to do either healing or damage with it. So I'd maybe recommend, if you're just not feeling that at all, it doesn't take super long to start a new class and get it to 20 fairly quickly. And especially if you have... Let me just switch to Summoner quick. Especially as long as you have this. Like, if you run the lower level dungeons like Sistasha, Copperbell Mines, and things like that, you're going to end up getting like a level or two each time, especially if you're eating food and everything like that. So I would say, I think that would be my recommendation then, is look at the other classes. Don't do a tank. Pick one of the DPS classes that you're interested in and give that a go and see if that sticks. And if that doesn't stick, then yeah, maybe don't play for a while or something. Or just do crafting if you're still interested in doing that. Oh, I probably should switch back out. And then I also found, like, going through Stormblood, like, what, because, so that was part of the problem I ran into is by the time I got to Stormblood, my Dragoon was, like, at 64 or 65 because of doing all the side stuff. And so then that's the other reason why I wanted to grind my mage, my red mage, up to 60 so that I could do the story content of Stormblood, like, at the level. And so I basically, my main through Stormblood was mostly my red mage at that point. So yeah, picking up some of the other classes might not be a bad idea. You could do Samurai's 50, so then you actually don't have to worry about grinding up from 0. So you'll be right at, like, that Heavensward stop. And then just do some of the level 50 dungeons to learn the character. You can even do some of the smaller ones to learn some abilities, but you'd be better off just starting at 50. So there's always that, too. Then you don't have to go all the way back to level 1. So yeah, I don't know. I think there's options. And if you're not feeling it, then, you know, yeah, maybe it is just taking a break from the game for a while. See, I have the problem. Now, granted, I haven't tried... I don't have all the classes. But I have the problem of, like, tinkering with a lot of things. Though it's like I had reasons. Dragoon was my... Lancer was my first class. Then I picked up Arcanist to do Scholar and Summoner. And then I ended up doing Red Mage because I could do it at 50. And then I did White Mage because a friend started playing the game. And so then I jumped into that. Oh, yeah. Rogue and Ninja. Yep. You want the Shadow get up, so you maybe try Ninja? Yeah. Yeah, that would be... That'd maybe be the class then. And a lot of people that give Ninja a shot really enjoy it as a class and say it's fun to play. So, yeah, that might not be a bad place to start then. I think if I do another class, another DPS class, I'll probably do Pugilist and Monk because I've always been interested in trying that class out. So if I start one up from 0, I'd probably do that. If I started one up at a little bit higher level, it would maybe be Samurai or Machinist. But right now it's mostly just been focusing on MSQ as my Dragoon and Red Mage, and then slowly but surely getting these leveled up. But yeah, maybe that'll be what gets you back into the game, or into the feel of it anyway. All right, so I'm going to jump forward. So if you want to avoid spoilers, no, Gunblade is actually the Gunbreaker class. So that's a level 70 start. But Gunbreaker is the one where you get the Gunblades. Machinist is just guns and pistols, and then you get you summon like a robot at times to do attacks for you. Yeah, so that's what Machinist is. Basically, Machinist is unlocked in Ishgard, along with Astrologian. I don't think you can get Gunbreaker until you're level 70. No, 60. Oh, maybe it's 50? Actually, it might be 52. No, it'd probably be 60. Because it's... the starting level... Yeah, it'd be 60 because level cap is 80. right now, is what Gunbreaker would start at. Yeah, sounds good. Thanks for stopping by. Always fun to chat. Hope you have a good rest of your evening. We will catch you again later. Alright, let's see what Lord Hien has to say. Ooh, Alize is back. Judging by your triumphant expressions, I take it all went well on the Azim Steppe? Indeed, we have secured a suitable source of energy for the barrier. Good. Tataru and I have commissioned Garland Ironworks to ensure that the field generators function as they should. A team of engineers stand ready to set out for the burn at a moment's notice. You need only say the word. I thank you for engineering their services on our behalf. Engaging their services on our behalf. The minutiae of the arrangement you may leave to me. Which leaves the small matter of our alliance. So, Yugiri and Hakuro, how fared you with our neighbors? My lord, all of the factions we approached are in agreement that the Empire poses a threat, and many responded positively to talk of an alliance. From Hingashi to Suino Sato, however, we received outright rejections. The former will not break its treaty with the Empire, and the latter will not involve itself in conflict. Just as we expected, then. Well, there is naught to be done about it. We must focus on the rest. To each of the nations that were amenable to an alliance, I will personally send a missive. And once I have attended to that, I believe we will have done everything we can to fortify Doma's defenses. For the time being, at least. All of which means I may leave for the meeting at Alamigo with a lighter heart. Yugiri, Hakuro, if you would be so kind as to hold the fort in my absence. And third guy, whose name we don't know. My friends, we could not have achieved so much in so little time without your help. For that, I give you my heartfelt thanks. Till the meeting, then. I took the liberty of asking Thancred to attend as well. He should have arrived in the Alamigan Quarter by now. Then let us not keep him waiting, shall we? To the Alamigan Quarter. It's pretty far away. Yep. Whoop! The Royal Menagerie attendant, huh? It occurs to me this will be the first time I meet the leaders of the Alliance in an official capacity. More stiff greetings, pleasantries, formalities. Does that sound about right? About right. Let us hope that the coming meeting passes more peaceably than the last such gathering in Alamigo. Agreed. Ishtola has told me all, and I duly told Urianger and Kryl. Kryl in particular was concerned about Alphino, but I assured her that everything that can be done is being done. She agreed to continue with her own tasks for the time being on the condition that I contact her the moment there is any development. So that leaves 4 of us to attend to the council. Arenvald is here to assist with security, incidentally, though the poor lad seems altogether too distracted for the task. Another one missing Alphino, I expect. Ah, but it's almost time. As soon as you are ready, present yourself to the guardsmen at the palace entrance. I shall not be far behind. Ah, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, welcome to Alamigo. The Alliance leaders have already arrived. May I show you to the meeting chamber? Upon proceeding to the Royal Palace, several cutscenes will play in sequence. We have the time set aside. We are ready to enter. Pop open a new drink.
Mistress Lys, Commander Aldin, it gives me great pleasure to formally welcome the city-state of Alamigo to the Eorzean Alliance.
The pleasure is ours, Your Grace. I know I speak for all Alamegans when I say that we are glad of this chance to stand with our comrades of the Alliance.
And we, for our part, are glad indeed to be able to welcome friends both old and new.
Lord Hien of Dorma, at your service. Pray, accept my heartfelt thanks for your generous invitation.
Nay, 'tis we who must thank you for journeying so far. And 'twould be remiss of me not to acknowledge the part the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have played in bringing all of us together. In times of great unrest, you and yours have been our constant companions, without whom we would not be here.
With apologies to Lord Hien and Mistress Alize, it occurs to me that we have not gathered in this way since that fateful day in Uldar.
The day I lost my arm and my freedom. As I lay in my cell, never did I dream that I would one day be given the chance to represent my homeland at this council. I would not even be alive had you not plucked me from the jaws of death. You, Yugiri, and Alphino. Would that the lad could be with us.
Those are some big chairs.
I too owe my presence here to Alphino, in so many ways. Until such time as he returns, I mean to carry on his good work as best I can.
Come, friends. Let us leave the past in the past and turn our eyes to the future. My Lord Hien, pray, tell us how things stand in the east.
Having heard the rumors of dissent in Garlemald, I dared to dream of a peaceable solution.
The Empire will not so easily change its ways. If the Garleans have a mind to take back Doma and Alamigo, we'll be hard-pressed to stop them, even with the might of 6 nations. But while we lack the strength to fight the tide, a course may yet present itself, if we read the winds aright.
The winds suggest but one course to me. One which leads from the sea unto the river and thence to the source of all our woes.
The Ascians.
Indeed. All here have felt their blighted touch. It was the bringers of chaos who nurtured the Archbishop's tyrannical ambitions. They who bestowed upon him the secrets of summoning, as they have so many others before and since. And while they remain, we shall know no peace.
Our objective is clear. The question is how to achieve it. That our enemy parades about in Xenos' skin poses problems in itself, but ere we get to them, how are we to infiltrate the Empire and get close enough to strike?
This is interesting because it's basically throughout all of Stormblood, like, we had no Ascian intervention at all, really. Maybe like a couple of blurbs early on, but I think that was even in like the Heavensward stuff, post-Heavensward stuff leading up to Stormblood. It wasn't even part of the actual expansion. So it's like we had a whole expansion without the Ascians involved at all.
Why
While I see the wisdom in targeting the Ascians, an assassination attempt on Garlean soil would do little to aid our cause, even were it to succeed. It's time we used our enemy's preferred tactic: subterfuge.
You have an idea?
Speak your mind, Master Thancred. None here know the enemy better than the Scions, and you may have best of all. Whatever it is you propose, we will give it fair hearing. On that you have my word.
Very well, Admiral. My proposal is thus. We dispatch the shinobi to Imperial territory. There, they sow the rumor that the Crown Prince perished in the battle for Alamigo, and that the man parading around is in fact a corpse inhabited by a servant of darkness.
Quite the rumor. Might even be true.
Well, it does have the ring of truth about it. And were the Garleans to learn that their future ruler is a puppet, the Empire would be shaken to the core.
But at the risk of sounding stupid, would they actually believe such an unlikely story? I didn't.
This is true.
Ordinarily not. But prior to his miraculous recovery, rumors of Xenos' death had already begun to circulate around the Empire. Ultimately, however, what the masses believe is not our chief concern. Our true objective is to create an opening for rival factions within Garlemald to exploit.
Just as a war of succession erupted in the wake of Emperor Solus' death.
A war which raged until but recently, plunging the Imperial House into disarray as nephew and uncle grappled for the throne. It is no coincidence that one of Varus's first acts as Emperor was to name Xenos heir apparent, family feuds being so tiresome when armies are involved. Not all welcomed his choice of successor, however. There is no shortage of individuals who aspire to the throne, who would jump at any chance to seize power. The news that Xenos is not only dead, but a puppet to diabolical forces would be too enticing to ignore.
So, like, the whole goal is to try to get some of the people that are against the Emperor to flock onto that?
The Empire would not be quick to recover from a second war of succession.
I am no stranger to infiltrating Imperial territory. With a team of operatives gathered from among the Alliance's finest, the plan should have a reasonable chance of success.
Dorma already has shinobi in place throughout the provinces. We stand ready to act, and act we must. What say you all?
I'm for Master Thancred's proposal. We shine a light upon the Ascian and test the Empire's unity. 'Twas his plot that scuttled Doma's negotiations, was it not? Why then, if we can eliminate it, there may yet be a chance for peace. Let us wage this war of subterfuge, that we may one day lay down our arms. Gods know we never will while the Ascians remain.
Ooh.
That way. Sorrow. History must be changed.
Who is this?
Ahead looms a calamity. Ahead looms light, expunging all form and life. Twin dooms only you can forestall. Only you.
What's the matter?
Oh, okay.
There's a voice.
So all the Scions can hear it, not just...
Spies in our midst.
Nay, I sense no such presence.
Let expanse contract. Eon become instant.
throw wide the gates that we may pass.
Is it over?
Oof.
Master Thancred!
Of all of them to collapse.
12 for Fend. Bear him to a private chamber. Have every healer make ready. Swiftly!
Okay, yeah.
Master Thancred remains in slumber. Though his vital signs appear stable, he's unresponsive.
What could have done this? And why just him and not the others?
I'm afraid we could not identify the cause, my lady. Our examinations revealed no wounds, nor the presence of any poisonous substances.
Gods, that only makes it worse. You're to let us know the moment there's any change, all right?
The plot thickens, as they say.
Thank you for coming. Knowing Thancred, he would apologize for being otherwise engaged at so crucial a juncture.
In gifting us a course of action, Thancred sowed the seed of all that is to follow. We have but to nurture it as best we can. To him, I would say, rest easy, that he may wake to enjoy the fruits of our labors. Now, the matter of the mysterious voice must not be forgotten. Will you tell me exactly what happened?
Alize and I heard a voice in the moments before Thancred collapsed. It was accompanied by a severe headache, as if something were clutching at our minds. Did you experience the same thing?
And then some.
So, in between the voice and the pain, you felt as if you were somewhere else entirely.
Your testimony confirms my suspicion. That which you experienced was, I believe, your soul being plucked from your flesh. Called.
Called?
I myself examined Thancred. Reach out as I may, I could not sense in him the spark of life that is his soul. That Thancred alone was stricken so is likely due to his heightened sensitivity to the effects of ether, a consequence of his prior possession by the Ascian La Habrea.
La Habrea.
The owner of the voice, whoever it may be, reached out to you, called your souls, and in so doing, caused you and yours such pain.
But if that's true, where exactly are we being called to?
I know not. Yet one thing is plain. Whoever waits for you on the other side is possessed of a power unlike any I have ever known.
Forgive us, Lys, but may we leave Thancred in your care for a time?
As if you had to ask. I may not be a scion anymore, but I'm no less a friend. Don't worry. I'll see to it that Thancred's well looked after. Just focus on solving this mystery, all right?
Thank you, Lys. As the Elder Seedseer says, 'tis no ordinary individual we are dealing with. Nor can we discount the possibility of Ascian involvement.
Whoever or whatever is behind this, the sooner we find out, the better.
She's forgotten about her brother now. Momentarily, anyway. So one would think wherever Alphino was, he would have experienced it too, right? Never have I encountered such a phenomenon. If this is magic, it is beyond my ken. Don't worry about Thancred. I'll send word as soon as there's any change. If the Ascians are indeed responsible, we must take steps to protect ourselves, though I know not how. I just tried to call Urianger on his link pearl. He didn't respond, but I dare to hope that he possesses some knowledge we do not. Ah, Urianger! Something happened during the meeting. Thancred's collapsed. A disembodied voice suddenly started. What? But that's... We should talk about this in person. All right, we'll meet you there. That was Urianger. He heard the voice too. In Thanalan. As we alone were afflicted at the meeting, I had my suspicions, but if the voice also spoke to Urianger, there can be little doubt. The Scions were targeted specifically. By whom and to what end is the question, one to which we must find an answer with all possible haste. Endure! This guy. Okay, he does look slightly different. I was gonna say, he looked kind of like Poster Boy. Like from afar. It's like, the Warrior of Darkness. Nope, just a doppelganger. Urianger agreed to meet us at the Rising Stones. If any of the others heard the voice, we'll find out soon enough. I could have swore we were going to have to go back to the Waking Sands. Good luck. I should get back to the meeting with the Elder Seedseer. But if there's anything I can do, anything at all, you must let me know, all right? Promise me. Right, let's be on our way. Prelude in Violet. Oh, we don't even have to do it. It's going to take us there. Nice.
Urianger! God, it's good to see you.
Would that our meeting were under happier circumstances. I judged the voice sufficient cause for concern even before you sent word of its effect on our comrade.
You heard it too, then?
Aye. And all but certainly at the selfsame instant. Alas, pained as I was, I could make little sense of what few words did then reach mine ears.
Yeah, what did it say to everybody else?
Who do you think is responsible? Could this be the Ascians doing?
That I cannot say. Not when so little is known. Ere I indulge in speculation, I would examine Thancred with mine own eyes.
Oh, we should have brought him. Jeez.
To Alamigo, then, without further delay.
One other thing. During my visit to the Far East, I observed a strange phenomenon.
Thou referrest, I presume, to the localized reduction in etheric density.
Well, that spares me the trouble of an explanation. Yes.
Cut to the point.
That at two apparently unconnected locations. I take it the phenomenon is not limited to the Far East.
Indeed not. Of late, our agents charged with surveilling the beast tribes have spoken of little else. In every corner of the realm, they tell of places in which the ether hath grown thin. Naturally, my suspicions first turned to primal activity, but the areas thus affected betray no evidence of summoning. I must confess to being quite perplexed.
Quite.
If the same phenomenon is being observed in multiple locations on opposite sides of the world, we may safely discount regional factors. Needless to say, this warrants further investigation.
Indeed. I shall make it my task to...
Again!
The voice. It calleth to me once more.
Just to him this time, huh? Oh.
I hear it too.
It's catching! No! Run, Alize.
Only you. Only you.
No! Ishtola! Urianger!
Throw wide the gates.
No, this can't be happening! Y'shtola! Urianger! Open your eyes!
Well, things just keep going from bad to worse.
Say something. Anything. Not again. Please. Not again.
Riol just runs up. Whoa, what's happening? Hoary Boulder. This is an unprecedented predicament for the Scions, but we must remain strong, the least of us most of all. Forgive me, that was an unseemly display. It happened before your very eyes, my lady. None here would have behaved any differently. We have borne the two of them to a private chamber, but tell me, is it true that Master Thancred languishes in a like state in Alamigo? I'm afraid so, though given the circumstances, it would seem best to observe them together. I will send word to Lys that he should be brought here. Take heart, my lady. The world is full of scholars and knowledgeable folk of every persuasion. Someone out there is bound to know what ails our comrades, and how it may be cured. Thus will we rouse them, no matter what. That we will, Hoary, that we will. But first things first, our comrades will have questions. May I ask that you explain the situation to them? I must attend to a private matter. Oh, I promised I'd visit someone in Limsa Lominsa. He's been waiting at Maelstrom Command for a while now. You know, you should come along too. I think he'd be glad to see you. Hoary Boulder, commander of the Scions now. Worry not, Callista. Ochre and Aenor are keeping watch over Mistress Y'shtola and Master Urianger. Please keep Mistress Alize company. It cannot be discounted that Mistress Kryl has heard the voice as well. I will ask Tataru to send her word of what has come to pass. What do you think, Riol? Didn't the self-same thing happen to Thancred? Who's bloody next? We had spoken earnestly of doing more to ease the senior scion's burden, but not under these circumstances, nor less so soon. I only hope I will be equal to the challenge. Got the B team getting ready. Colton A. As a mage, I have some few scholarly acquaintances of my own, and will reach out to them for their insights. It may not be much, but 'tis my own little way of aiding Mistress Alize. Everyone wants to do their part. Confound these old bones. Useless as I am, I should have been the one to be struck down. Ochre, sister, and I will take turns to keep watch over the slumbering Archons. We'll not leave them untended, even for a moment. Well, everybody has conviction. That's good. Morale seems to still be shaky, but okay. I guess. I could have just teleported to Limsa from there, as opposed to walking out here. So I don't know, I figured things were going to start to get more complicated to set up Shadowbringers. But yeah, this is a bit crazier than I expected, which is fun. All right, where do we have to go here? Oh, Maelstrom Command. Marauders Guild, I think, is where the Maelstrom's at, or it's up in that direction. No, I probably should have just went to the Aft Castle, because I think it's... yeah, over there. That's alright. We're close. Serendipity. Ultros, you keeping up? Looks like it. Disharmony, huh? Just a few people over here. As you've probably guessed, it's Gabu we've come to see. The privateer will bring him out to us. Ever since the Maelstrom took him in, I've tried to visit as often as I can. And after what befell our friends, I was taken by the urge to visit again. It's difficult to explain. This is not who I expected. I don't know who I expected. But not Gabu. Gonna have him summon Titan again?
Here he is, my lady.
Gabu, it's been too long.
I'm afraid there's been no change. If he can see or hear us, he has given no sign.
I see. You're still fighting. I'm proud of you. promised that we would come and visit you together, didn't we? Alphino and I. I'm sorry that we haven't managed that yet. You know, with the three of us like this, does it not remind you of that night? Of the stars beyond count twinkling in the heavens? I was feeling pretty low back then. Powerless. But I knew that my brother was close by if I needed him, and that the others would be waiting for me back at the Rising Stones. Not like now. I've seen my share of trouble since coming to Eorzea. Been reminded again and again of my limitations, of how little I can change about this world. And I've come to know the sorrow of parting all too well. But to have the people I hold dear struck down before my eyes, and be powerless to help them, that I cannot bear.
You don't have to bear this burden alone.
No, I don't. You're right. It's pure arrogance to imagine I can solve everything by myself. You'd think I'd have learned that by now. Thank you. I don't know what I'd do without you. Well, that's more than enough brooding for one day. Come on. We have friends to save.
That was an interesting diversion. Let's return to the Rising Stones and take it from there. Thanks again for agreeing to come. It meant a lot to me. Pray return to the Rising Stones. I have some quests to do here, too. I think it's probably the 2 Beast Tribe quests. I probably should get those at some point. Yeah, I think we're getting close now. I did some thinking on the way back, and I think Hori is right. We need to seek outside help. Ordinarily, we would turn to our own experts on such matters, but they're both among the stricken. I will begin by reaching out to the myriad guilds and research institutions here in Eorzea. Additionally, Grandfather and Minfilia had a wealth of connections between them, and I mean to explore those avenues too. We'll find a way to save everyone, mark my words. Much and more has happened in recent days, some of it for the good, some not so, but all around me people continue their fight. From the shinobi who search for Alphino to the Alliance members who make ready to move against the Empire, they march on in the face of great adversity, bearing heavy burdens. Everyone is playing their part, and so must I. You have your own part to play, I know, and it's bigger than most. So I won't keep you. Just promise that you'll visit from time to time, and I promise I'll have good tidings to share when you do. With you when you do. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace.
The Populares no longer present an obstacle. Now is the time to bring the Empire's might to bear. A word from your Radiance is all it takes. But one word, and the Imperial army will fall upon Alamigo as a pack of bloodthirsty wolves and tear that feeble nation apart. Have you no words for me? Despite the lengths I go to, an emissary playing the part of a fool. When first I took this face, I swore to use all of my knowledge, all of my power, to further the cause of the Empire. My deeds stand testament to my commitment. And with this adamant flesh at my disposal, I could destroy the Icon Slayer as easily as one might swat a fly. Why do you hesitate? Our enemy is resourceful. Though victory is certain now, it will not remain so indefinitely. Deliberate if you must, but be quick about it. We'll speak again when you have unburdened yourself of doubt. Until then, I take my leave, Father.
I should be the one to sigh. I played my part to perfection. I had earned my rest, and then thanks to La Habrea's crowning act of idiocy, our favorite emissary sees fit to summon me back. Elidibus was ever a warrior. A most tiresome trait, would you not agree? What? Have you no words for me either? No matter. I've long grown weary of this mummery. Now, my dearest grandson, let me remind you of your place in the simplest of terms. You do not make judgments, you administer them. Swiftly and to the letter. Naught else is your concern. Elidibus may be an insufferable bore, but he is no fool. His choices as emissary seldom err. If aught threatens the balance twixt light and dark, it falls to you to remove it. Be it by your own hands or by your armies, you have ample means at your disposal. That is why this empire exists, why I built it. Oh dear, have I touched a nerve? You always were an easy one to read. I pity you, I do. As they say, ignorance is bliss. And I know how much happier you would be not knowing the things you know. The Founding Father was an Ascian, and he created the Empire solely for the purpose of sowing the seeds of chaos. Don't take it personally. I merely do my duty. To bring about a calamity requires no small amount of power. And there is no surer way to obtain such power than by collecting powerful pawns. To that end, I have labored long and hard, and I must say I am quite pleased with my handiwork, paltry though it seems in comparison to Alec.
You fiends are overfond of your own voices. Mark me, Ascian. Man is the master of his own destiny.
Such a waste of time and energy, both yours and mine. Lest you forget you are Emperor now. If you wish to spout drivel about man's destiny, save it for the masses. It will serve to give them a sense of purpose, and you client pieces for the game. Oh, do stop sulking, boy. You, of all people, should understand. Ours is a struggle to restore both mankind and the world to their rightful state. Viewed thus, our goals are one and the same.
Okay. Wow. So many things running through my head right now. Meanwhile, at a resistance encampment somewhere in the Empire. So many things. What in the world? Dead. All dead. Yet I see no wounds nor any evidence of battle. Damn them. They finally used it. The Empire developed an alchemical weapon in Girabanya. A gas, Black Rose it was called. And to breathe it is to breathe your last. And that did this? I thought the project abandoned and its vile fruit destroyed, but naught else could have wrought such an atrocity. Fools. What do they hope to gain with this butchery? Can they not see that a rule won through terror will not endure? How many more provinces must they lose? Nay, wait. This is not the work of men, but monsters. The Ascians. It cannot be a coincidence that their trail led us here. Their objective was never to rule, but to sow strife and discord. Such a crime does indeed bear the mark of the bringers of chaos. Black Rose cannot be allowed to kill again. We must find the Ascians and put an end to their plot. Nice music. Like 80s synth going on. I love it. A History of Violet. Achievement unlocked. Soul searching. Alice is at her wit's end. So I suppose this is probably something that would have came in a future patch or something.
Though I'm afraid there's little in the way of good news. After you left, we reached out to both the Alchemists Guild and Stillglade Fame and attempted all manner of treatments. But the results were always the same. Whatever the answer is, it's not alchemy or conjuring. Why did it have to be Y'shtola and Urianger and not me? Out of all of us, they are the ones who could feasibly have solved this puzzle.
Well, that's probably why.
Alphino's still missing. God, it's all going wrong. Where do we even start?
A grave situation indeed. Might I be of some assistance?
Kryl?
Kryl? I thought you were busy delving into the mysteries of Eureka.
When word reached me of the plight of our friends, I could not well stay away. As a fellow scion, not to mention your erstwhile mentor, this is one of those times you should feel free to call on me, regardless of my personal circumstances.
Yes, I should have thought of that. Thank you for coming, Kryl. We would welcome your insight.
And I should be happy to provide it. Now, what's this I hear about Alphino heading into Imperial territory? That boy always did have some funny ideas. Do you remember the speech he gave when he was accepted to the Studium?
My life's goal is naught less than the salvation of this star.
That particular grand pronouncement has been a source of great embarrassment to him, as you know. But the fact of the matter is, he meant every word and has lived his life accordingly.
Yes, he remains altruistic to a fault. But I'm worried he was too fixated on his goals to see the dangers, as has happened before.
That is true. He has done that before.
You needn't be so concerned. Though his values remain the same, Alphino is not the blinkered boy he once was. Slowly but surely his eyes have been opened, thanks to a certain someone.
A certain someone whom he'd be mortified to learn had heard about his little speech. Mum's the word, eh? Right, I'd better have a look at our patients. They're in the infirmary, I assume. I'll need absolute quiet, so it would be best if I did this alone. If you'll excuse me.
Like, they have such a weird walk, the Lalafels. It's so hard not to laugh.
All three are in fine physical health. At a glance, I would say they were merely sound asleep. Except for the fact that I couldn't sense the slightest trace of them in their bodies. It's as if their souls have taken leave of their physical forms.
Ah, yes. The Elder Seedseer made a similar observation.
I've read the report. When you heard this mysterious voice, you described feeling as if you were somewhere else, yes? If we assume the ether which comprises your essence is being drawn to some other place, then it may be possible to follow the trail it leaves behind, just as we did in our search for Thancred.
I wasn't around for that, but I can't imagine it was easy.
Oh, it wasn't. But that's no reason not to try. I will have need of Master Matoya's crystal eye if I'm even to make the attempt. So I suggest we pay her a visit.
Back to Matoya's cave. Do 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 do. Idleshire it is. So it's weird because, like, so now it's the Emperor is kind of caught between Elidibus and Solus, it seems. So yes, it was Elidibus. Well, at least that's the way they made it sound. Elidibus is the one that is Xenos right now. And so then, yeah, he's stuck in between the two of them, which seems to be why he's struggling to make a decision one way or another. I want a different mount. There we go. And the Solus bit was pretty interesting, that's for sure. Gosh, it's been a while since I flew around here. So yeah, that's the interesting thing, right? So, you know, and if what like Solus is saying is true, the Empire was formed by Ascians to try to subjugate the world and basically keep the world oppressed. So that's what would make sense as to why the Empire, or why Garlemald would try to rule the world that way. Oh, this isn't the right little nook. Oh. I'd heard Master Matoya was something of a recluse, but this seems extreme. Still, I'll happily overlook her eccentricities if she agrees to help us. I didn't even see Cryo there. She was hiding behind that other warrior of light.
Come to disturb my peace again, have you? I hide myself away in a cave, and still you people insist on pestering me with your problems. Oh, I mistook you for young what's-his-name, but I see now you're the sister. Weren't you supposed to be the lively one? I've seen happier faces at a rain-sodden burial.
Well, I'm sorry to dash your expectations, but the situation isn't exactly conducive to gaiety.
Ha! That's more like it. Stoller used to spit and hiss like a wildcat too. Better for a young thing like you to be filled with fire and leave the doom and gloom to your elders. Now, what exactly does this tragic situation of yours have to do with me?
If I may, Master Matoya, we have need of your crystal eye once more.
And Stoller is one of the inflicted, is she? Very well. She may be an ungrateful stray, but she's my ungrateful stray. And I'll not see her buried before I am.
It is really cool that they put Matoya from Final Fantasy in this. And the music.
Right. Let us see what we can see. I'll begin from where our friends first fell, and cast my senses out from there.
What is it? Did you find them?
This doesn't make sense. How is it even possible?
How is what possible? Kryl, what did you see?
The threads, they just ended. And no, I didn't lose track of them. I followed them as far as they went. It's as if they were cut off.
Could their ether have dissipated if it had? Oh gods! Their bodies are just husks. It's like the broodmother's daughter all over again.
No, this is different. The Kalyana girl was already dead, body and soul, when Lakshmi effected her resurrection.
Aye, let's not jump to conclusions. If their physical forms yet breathe and show no signs of wasting, then it follows that their souls must still be intact somewhere.
But where?
That's the question, little girl. Death has not taken them to the ethereal sea, yet there are no tracks left for us to follow.
We're no closer to an answer than when we started. But knowing their souls are still out there is progress of a sort. We just have to keep looking. Pray, excuse me a moment. Yes? I remember, but What, to Alamigo? We're on our way. That was Lise. Apparently, a group of Populares have defected to Alamigo, and Maxima, the envoy Alphino left with, is one of them.
Huh. Well, there we go.
I'm sorry. I realize we've barely begun here, but...
Go, child, go! You've made up your mind, and life's too short for dithering.
I'll do some digging in the meantime and see if there isn't some other method we could use to continue the search.
Let's be off then.
Oh, not again. The enchantment barely seems to take these days. I chalk it up to old age, but I'd rather doubt it's that simple.
Before they took ill, Y'shtola and Urianger were sharing notes on a thinning of the ether. It seems to be happening all over.
Does it now? And here I was, all set to blame my woes on that creaking mountain of refuse clogging up the Thaliac. I fear something has gone wrong. Still, there's naught to be gained from starting at shadows. You can only do what can be done, and that but one thing at a time.
Womp, 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 womp. I'm sorry, I couldn't do more. I've never seen a soul's thread end so abruptly before. So that was the woman who tamed Y'shtola. I had the distinct feeling of being grabbed by the scruff of the neck and having the nonsense shaken out of me. When Alphino is back, I'd like to visit again and ask her what tales she has of grandfather. The news from Alamigo has left Alice in a state of nervous excitement. I almost can't bear to hear what Maxima has to tell us. But it can't be bad news, can it? Lise would have said, unless... there's no point in speculating. Lise said she'd notified the guards of our coming, so we should head straight to the palace gate in the Alamigan quarter. I'll be praying for good news, learn what you can about Alphino's plight, and leave the search for our friends' lost souls to me. Let me go. Alphino will be alright. He has to be. Greetings, scions. The commander told me to expect you. Shall I show you in? Yes, you should. So it's not surprising that Maxima defected, that's for sure.
I'm sorry to drag you halfway across the realm, but when Maxima mentioned Alphino, I thought you'd want to hear the news in person.
Ah, we meet again. Though I was hoping our reunion would be under more auspicious circumstances.
What happened to my brother? Where is Alphino?
Never fear, my lady. Your brother was in fine health when I took my leave of him, and I have no reason to assume that has changed.
You assume?
If you will allow me, I shall endeavor to explain events. Our troubles began not long after we departed Doma. While crossing the burn, we were fired upon by the Emperor's personal guard and forced to make an emergency landing. As we stumbled from the wreckage, our attackers fell upon us again, and we would have perished there and then were it not for the intercession of a third party, a band of mercenaries whose leader claimed to pursue a vendetta against the Ascians. This Shadow Hunter, as he styled himself, then escorted us out of the wastes to relative safety. Upon arriving back in civilization, I gathered my Populares colleagues and prepared to flee the Empire. Master Alphino, however, declined the invitation to join us, preferring to continue his investigation into the Ascian threat.
Well, at least he's not lying in a heap in the burn. Tell us more about these Ascian hunters. Who are they? And is Alphino still with them?
He is. As to who they are, I'm afraid I have nothing to tell you. Beyond the fact that they root out and destroy Ascians, they were unwilling to divulge anything which might serve to identify them. They would not even reveal their next destination. But Master Alphino asked to accompany them all the same. Since parting company with your brother, we've been engaged in a game of cat and mouse with the Emperor's guard. We made our way through province after province, finding the army busy restoring order wherever we went, until we finally arrived here in Alamigo. I cannot thank Commander Aldin enough for giving us such an unexpectedly warm welcome.
I'm not inclined to turn away refugees, no matter which land they call home. And if they can tell me how things lie in Garnwald, all the better.
So it's good for us too.
On that subject, there is much I would tell you. During the course of our journey, we heard tales that an entire rebel army had been slaughtered in the space of a single night. It would seem my former comrades grew tired of putting down uprisings in the conventional manner, and chose instead to bring a formidable new weapon to bear. Details were sparse, but the rumor alone was enough to dampen the flames of rebellion. I have also heard reports that several companies have withdrawn from their designated provinces and begun marching westward. It is my assessment that the Empire's forces are mobilizing for a large-scale military engagement.
Westward? You mean they're getting ready to invade Alamigo?
We knew this was coming, but not that it would be so soon.
We've barely even begun to shore up our defenses. They won't stop an invading army.
No, they won't. Dispatch messengers to the Alliance leadership requesting reinforcements, and send word to our officers in the field to hasten completion of those border fortifications. Prepare to meet the Imperials head on! No matter how quickly we act, we still want for time. When the enemy comes into view, our best recourse will be to open negotiations with their commander, and see that the ensuing proceedings take as long as possible.
Would you and Alize head to Doma and let Lord Hier know about this? I'm sure he'll want to hear about Alphino too.
Consider it done. We'll send word when...
Oh, again.
Untold sorrow must be changed. Ahead looms a calamity throw wide the gates.
You heard it too. Well, at least we're both still standing.
Oh, thank the gods. I thought we'd lost you for a moment there. Why does this keep happening?
I wish I knew. Nothing we've tried has brought us any closer to an answer. We'll keep working on it. But first, we need to go and see Lord Hien.
Foul things are afoot. So, Alphino is safe, for the present at least. Now all we need to worry about is a full-scale Imperial invasion. I'm actually glad Lys tasked us with visiting Lord Hien. Better to be dashing from place to place than sitting around stewing over things we can't change. To the Enclave. To the Enclave. To the Enclave and beyond. Yeah, I mean, from a story perspective, I mean, this stuff's been really interesting so far. You know, and not having, like, the big, like, Nidhogg stuff that you had to do in Heavensward kind of to use. It's interesting what they've been able to put together with this. Oh, I should probably jettison those into my retainer's coffers. There we go. Okay, to Lord Hien. Oh wow, everyone's here. So Nagshan emissary. I am come to represent the lands of Nagsha. Long have we struggled in defiance of the Empire, waiting for just such an opportunity as this alliance presents. Dalmascan Fusilier. The fall of Rabanastra was not the end of our nation. We who survived retreated underground, and have been gathering strength to mount a counter-offensive. Dalmasca will rise again. Serena? After their humbling at your hands, Magnai and his Orinir have spent every waking moment upon the training fields. Defeat does not sit well with the son and his children. Blue Kojin emissary? We of the Blue Kojin will not submit to the Empire's tyranny, if only our red brethren would awaken to their folly. And then we have Tansui here. The Imperials have enjoyed the freedom of the Ruby Sea for long enough. 'Tis time they paid their dues. Alone, Doma could accomplish little against the Empire, but in concert with the allies who have gathered here today, we might do much. Callista, you have arrived in time to witness the beginnings of our new alliance. Our proposal struck a chord with many of our neighbors, I am pleased to say. We get to witness history. Greetings, my friends. I was just discussing future endeavors with the members of our newly formed alliance. The Kojin and the Confederacy you already know, and it was your own strength of arms that won us the cooperation of the steppe tribes. We have also been joined by our neighbors from Nyangsha and the indomitable citizens of Dalmasca, though the scattered nature of the latter's resistance will somewhat delay their official induction. These proud peoples have united under a single purpose: to stand against the tyranny of the Garlean Empire. I am glad to see your alliance is coming together so swiftly. As things stand, I fear we shall soon have need of your strength. I thank you for bringing me news of Alphino. His fate is never far from my thoughts, and not only because he is our emissary. As for the sudden deployment of Imperial forces, I agree that Alamigo would be wise to shore up its borders with all haste. Every report we receive from our shinobi indicate a massing of troops in the western provinces. It seems all but certain that the Empire is poised to bring its fist down upon Eorzea. And I would help deflect that blow. But I cannot risk sending reinforcements just yet. We will remain vulnerable to airborne assault until our wall in the burn is in place. The all-important Allegan energy barrier. The energy barrier, yes. I thought to call it something more auspicious. A name drawn from the four lords of legend, perhaps Serious Aegis, or some sort. Well, just a thought. The Ironworks engineers report that they have finished calibrating the generators and are ready to proceed to the testing stage. Have you time to attend the first test? You've seen the field which protected Azizla firsthand, and I would be interested to hear how you think ours compares. I guess I will come too if you don't mind, though I am no Y'shtola. I may be able to offer some insight. Of course. Time being of the essence, it would be best if we made directly for the burn. Yugiri, I leave you and Hakuro to bring the War Council to a close. Understood. Your mounts are saddled and ready, my lord. Where are the storms? Where the storms are outside. Bum 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 bum. Papanasi. Kian is eager to see the energy barrier in action. We will cross the burn by Yol and Falcon as before. Join me at the overlook near the House of the Fierce. To Yangsha it will be. Dum bum 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 bum. Give the word when you are ready to take wing. Head to the burn. Feel the burn.
Seems the engineers have matters well in hand. Should the barrier work as we intend, Doma will be free to reinforce her allies in Alamigo without fear of weakening her own borders. Honored friends, the time has come to put your hard work to the test. Start the generator.
Wump, 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 wump. It would have been wump, 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 like a ripcord. Sorry, it's a little tricky. You're going to flood it! Ah, shut up! I know what I'm doing.
Node 1 is operational. Nodes 2 to 8 are reporting similar energy levels. The barrier is forming. $1,000 yards, 2,000, 3,000. Expansion remains smooth. No fluctuations detected. Target altitude reached. The barrier is holding steady at 5,000 yards. We've done it.
No, just in time.
Real airship. Of all the rotten timing.
But this is a gift, Mistress Alize. They can test our new wall for us.
We're here to curry peace.
Seems solid enough, though I was hoping for a fireball.
Who's gonna get out? Oh, is it the sole person that had escaped from Alamigo? Oh. Oh, Alphino was the last one to,
By the gods, it's Alphino.
to go down in the last one.
What are you? Let me go! He has my brother!
Lower the barrier!
Be at ease, girl. The lad is not dead, merely locked in slumber.
No, not him too.
We could identify no cause and found no remedy. Thus I sought to return him to Doma, and into the arms of Lord Hien himself, it would seem. It is a day for fated reunions. Would you not agree, adventurer? Or should I address you as the Warrior of Light?
Boo, boo, boop. Ah.
I, Gaius van Baelsar, the Black Wolf. That was the title I was given, one I have long since relinquished. Stand down. The legatus of the 14th Imperial Legion died in Castrum Meridianum.
It was a long time ago.
I am no more than Gaius Baelsar, a man without rank or allegiance.
Impossible. There's no way you could have survived.
Do you remember how it unfolded?
How I was deceived by La Habrea? How I was convinced that reviving the Ultima weapon would allow me to bring peace to Eorzea? The Ascian used me, as he used so many others, all to further the restoration of his wretched god. Yet even with the might of Alec at my command, you bested me. And as the Praetorium went up in flames, I was content to burn along with it. For a moment at least. A moment of folly. To surrender my life thus would have been to betray all who died for my cause. It was for them that I dragged myself free of the rubble, and swore vengeance on the Ascians. The Black Wolf has shed his pelt, never to return to Garlemald or her legions.
Oh, okay, so that was
only to exact revenge.
the front of his mask. That's what that is.
My principal quarry was to be La Habrea, whom I gather you have since ushered into oblivion.
But there are others.
But so many more remain. Long as their kind lurked in the shadows, laboring to sow chaos throughout our world, I would see each and every one dragged into the light and put to the sword. Are the Scions not of like mind?
In this single respect, perhaps.
Then I shall continue the partnership the boy began, and share what intelligence I have acquired. Among the Ascians, the Black-Masked Ilk are subordinate to those who wear red. This you already know. Yet among the Red there exists a hierarchy. Those set adrift with the shards clearly stand below those still joined to the source. Nabriales, who once dared to intrude upon the Rising Stones, belonged to the former group, and while he was indeed a dangerous foe, his powers were inconsequential next to the paragons of the Source. The first was La Habrea, who plagues us no more. There is also the white-robed Elidibus, and the elusive Emmett Selk, about whom little is known.
Emmett Selk.
We have files on La Habrea and Elidibus, but I believe this Emmett Selk is new to us? As I assume my brother told you, we have evidence to suggest that an Ascian now walks in the body of the Crown Prince. Have you identified this interloper?
Elidibus seems the most likely culprit. As emissary, it is his role to maintain the equilibrium between darkness and light. Your many deeds in Hydaelyn's name have upset the balance, and I believe he seeks to restore it by throwing his considerable power behind the Empire. As a leader of the Ascians, he is one of our primary targets. It was on the trail of this very prey that the boy and I came across the scene of a failed uprising. In the absence of a single Garlean casualty, we inspected the bodies of the rebels, and the lack of any external injury drew my immediate attention. They had been slain by Black Rose, an alchemical invention of the Imperial Army. When I yet served as legatus, I ordered its production halted, and all stockpiles destroyed. Toxic gas is not a tool of conquest, but of extermination.
That is true.
Gas. This must be the new weapon Maxima warned us about. Something deadly enough to sweep away all resistance in a matter of hours. Gods. You don't think they're planning to use this in Alamigo, do you?
Put your fears to rest. We infiltrated the production facility and destroyed all existing stores of the chemical along with the plant itself. Even should they rebuild the operation, they will not soon manufacture another batch. Regardless, I would draw your attention to a directive we discovered in the plant's records. The document was marked with a recent date and authorized with the signature of one Zeno Galvus.
A dead man signing the death warrant for thousands. 'Tis bad comedy.
But the tale does not end there. Within that same facility was a chamber filled with devices of elegant design. Cloning technology, we realized. And what should we find in each and every incubator? But a young Emperor Solus.
Huh.
All of which prompts the question, were the Ascians responsible for these abominations, or was it the will of the Emperor?
Or both.
I must know which hand guides the Empire. Though I have given up my rank, I am yet a son of Garlemald, and I will fight for the future of my homeland. It is time I return to the hunting of shadows. We should focus on our common foe. To reopen old quarrels now would serve no purpose.
You saved my brother's life, so I'm willing to let sleeping dogs lie. But in truth, it's not my decision to make.
You're right. There are more important matters at hand.
There was a time when I scorned those who placed their faith in false gods. Even as I, in my blinkered conviction, place mine in Ascian promises. Unlike yours, my strength of will and my restraint was found wanting. We shall meet again, warrior of light.
So that's an interesting turn of events.
So that was the infamous Black Wolf. An unexpected ally, to say the least.
Just a bit. Alright, put the wall back up. Immediately.
Well, I am content to leave the fine-tuning of the barrier to cleverer minds. Let us bid our friends from the Ironworks farewell, and see what can be done for Alphino back in Dorma.
Binka, 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 binka.
Oh, 1 second. 1 second. 1 second.
All right. That is done. Alphino is safely ensconced in a private chamber. My finest healer is examining him as we speak. I've spoken with the physician, and there are no outward signs of illness. Alphino is lost in sleep from which he cannot be awoken, just like the others. It seems that even the lands of the Empire were not far enough away to escape that cursed voice. I share your frustration, Alize, I do. But Alphino is returned to us alive and otherwise unharmed. All that remains is to find the means to wake him. Until then, you can but fulfill your duties as a scion, yours and your brother's both. You're right, of course. There are arrangements to be made and little time to make them. To business, then, my lord. Now that we know Seriu's wall works as intended, can we expect reinforcements for Alamigo? You most certainly can. As promised, we will send troops to bolster our allies in Eorzea without delay. Pray be aware, however, that they will not arrive without delay. Save for some few who boast teleportation magics, the bulk of our force must be transported by sea, a lengthy voyage for which the smaller vessels favored by the Confederacy are ill-equipped. Accordingly, I mean to enlist the assistance of the East Aldenard Training Company in finding suitable ships. As for navigating the distances in question, we are in the happy position of being able to call upon those who plotted the course of my people's exodus to Eorzea. Beyond the procurement of ships, I think it unlikely that our East Aldenard friends will consent to any involvement in military operations, but I am certain they will afford Alphino a berth aboard one of their vessels. I shall have a Chirurgeon accompany him every ilm of the way to the Rising Stones. You have my thanks, Lord Hien. Yugiri, I will go on ahead with our friends to Alamigo. Enlist all those capable of teleportation and put them at the disposal of the Eorzean Alliance as soon as possible. They will form the vanguard. Yes, my lord. This is exactly what we'd hoped for. Lys and the Alliance leaders will be glad indeed to welcome the combined strength of the East. Meanwhile, at the Black Rose chemical plant.
Our supplies at Black Rose have been ruined, but the new plant is already under construction. We should have the first batch ready in time for the offensive, Your Radiance. See that you do.
Ah, yes, the infamous Black Rose. If I recall correctly, Gaius did not much care for the invention. A ruthless and indiscriminate weapon indeed, this airborne poison. It seems you are capable of making decisions worthy of your bloodline.
With no gift for sorcery, we Garleans must look to Magitech to even the odds. If it spares the needless deaths of our soldiers and serves the cause of this empire, there is no method I would not employ.
How very noble of you.
Truly, though, I must commend you for embracing your role as Emperor. You play the part of the determined ruler well. Sometimes even I catch myself believing.
Is he gonna shoot him again?
A silent agent of death. Now that I think on it, Black Rose may well possess the perfect aspect. Slowly but surely, the deluge of light has worked upon the ether here in the source, and the gas should be most susceptible to its influence. Well, I shall leave you to your own devices. Go forth and bloody the land with your grand and glorious war.
Well, you do what, precisely?
Oh, this music. It's pretty good.
Need you ask? I will be doing what all Ascians do.
I am well aware that your kind exists only to usher in the next calamity. But you seem oblivious to the harm your singular agenda causes to the Empire. You cannot have forgotten the events which followed your mortal demise. Our homeland was plunged into civil war for your failure to name a successor. The edifice you so carefully constructed was but a hair's breadth from collapse.
Are you truly so naive? You thought me oblivious to the consequences of a departure so painstakingly timed?
It was by design?
Well, of course it was. Though I will admit the resulting panic exceeded even my wildest expectations. But how can you be surprised? Throwing the world into disarray was the very purpose for which this nation was, as you say, so carefully constructed. Now, if you have no further questions, I must be on my way. Since we may not meet again in this lifetime, it would be remiss of me not to offer a word or two of gratitude. I really must thank you for this surplus of vessels. I can mold any host into my own image, but having bodies tailor-made for me in this fashion is so much less tiresome. You dabbled in elegant cloning techniques, yes? It certainly is a compelling, not to mention entertaining, field of research. And of all the options available, you chose the founding father on whom to experiment. You have a twisted streak to you, Varus, like grandsire, like grandson, hey? If events play out as planned, this will become something of a family enterprise. You will be the capstone of this world, I the anchor and shard, and together we will give the lie to this star's fraudulent existence.
Intriguing. Supremely intriguing. Parley on the front lines. Hien stands ready to depart for El Amigo. We must leave now to convene with Eorzea's leaders, and it may be some time before I return to Doma. Hakuro, I leave you in command. My lord. I shall assemble an advance party with all haste and join you in Al Amigo forthwith. I've just received word from Lys. The Alliance has established a base camp near Al Amigo's northeastern border. Once we've arrived in the locks, we're to report to a resistance officer stationed in Porta Praetoria, who will point us in the right direction. Let's not keep them waiting. Parley on the front lines. Alright, let's take a look-see here at something. Alright, yeah, we are getting close. There's like 4 more quests left. Here we are again, ready to fight the same foe. Yet I would not be anywhere else. This conflict concerns us all. Come what may, we cannot allow the Empire to regain its grip on Alamigo. Here, I think we found the guide Lise mentioned. Ah, you must be the Scion party I was told to look out for. If you'll follow me, I'll take you directly to Alliance headquarters.
Welcome back, you two. Greetings, Lord Here. Glad you could join us.
Glad to be here. I would have come sooner, while our own defense is not in question, but I am pleased to report that our soldiers are assembling for deployment to Alamigo as we speak.
We're grateful for your support. Thanks to the efforts of our allies, it won't be long before we've established defensive positions on this front as well.
We have some good news too. Alphino has come back to us. As for the bad news...
So, Alphino won't wake up, Gaius van Baelside is alive and hunting Ascians, and the Empire is planning to poison us all with toxic gas. Does that sound about right? Ordinarily, any one of those things would have left me in shock. But the way things have been lately, it's all starting to seem pretty normal. Getting back to your report, are we sure this Black Rose is the weapon Maxima was talking about?
It fits the description. And it seems we have Alphino to thank for sparing us an early demonstration of its effectiveness. I have a feeling this won't be the last time his bravery in the Empire will serve us here in Eorzea. The threat of an unknown weapon has had us all on edge. But now that we know what we're dealing with, we can take steps to defend against it. As for Gaius, I'm not sure what to think. Am I happy he's alive? Not in the slightest.
Not in the slightest.
Am I happy he's hunting Ascians? Aye, I'd have to say I am.
Oh, speaking of Garleans you didn't expect to see, we have a tale of our own, as it happens. When we sent envoys to the Imperial Army to request talks, they returned with the message that Varys Zos Galvus would be attending.
The Emperor himself. Well, Varys did sanction the Popularis peace mission, but knowing that an Ascian walks in his son's skin, I do not see how we can trust him or anyone from that nest of vipers.
The Alliance would proceed with negotiations regardless, if only to give ourselves more time to prepare. We do, however, require your cooperation.
Right. Yes. So, as a condition for the talks to go forward, the Empire has requested that a member of the Scions be present. There'll be a representative from each Alliance nation, of course, but I'm afraid we have to ask that you come along too.
God, Lise, you know how much I hate politics. But then, what choice do I have? Alphino and the others aren't going to do it. Very well. I shall attend as the Scion's representative.
Very well.
In case you're wondering why I didn't ask you, the Empire also requested the presence of Eorzea's champion.
I'll be there. I mean, I'm not fond of politics either.
That's settled then. We don't know what Varys means to bring to the table, or why he wants you there, but having you close at hand will make all the difference.
The meeting will take place on the border. Anticipating an early assault, we mean to position the bulk of our forces nearby.
The Alliance leaders should already be on their way. Once you're ready, we can head out and join them.
Ooh. I did not notice this music before. Which day is Xenogears? Thursday night. Thursday night we'll be doing some Xenogears. Is Emperor Varus in thrall to the Ascians? That is the question. If Charlian could not negotiate peace with the Empire, I rather doubt war can be avoided here. But every moment we steal for our preparations will count in the final reckoning. Should the Empire decide to ignore the rules of parley, we could be fighting far sooner than we'd like. Keep your weapons close. How's it going, Kylor? Hope you're having a good night. Well, I don't suppose it's polite to keep an emperor waiting too long, shall we? It's okay? Okay, well, that's okay. About to sleep? Yeah. Sometime shortly here for me, too. Kind of just interested to see where everything's going here with this at the moment.
Esteemed representatives of the Eorzean Alliance.
Yes, it is quite the outfit.
On behalf of the Gallian Empire, I thank you for inviting me here today. As this parley was convened at your request, I invite you to speak first.
Very well, Your Radiance. I, Nanimo Ulnamo, 17th in the line of Ul, should be pleased to oblige you. As recent events in Alamigo and Dome
Yes.
claim, the subjugation and exploitation of neighboring nations is not a sustainable policy.
He would probably die if he was listening to some metal music and started to headbang. That spike in his chest is a bad spot. Yeah. Or if he just nodded off, like if he was watching a boring movie or something, like... That could be rough.
Should this day end in war, you may very well defeat us. But you will never extinguish the people's desire for freedom. Though it may not be in our lifetime, there will be another revolution, another war, and the cycle will continue.
Well, and it's no wonder his kid is like, you know, just this warrior. I mean, if he would have hugged him, he'd just jab him right through, you know?
Doma has entered into a concord with the nations of Eorzea. A partnership wherein we recognize one another as equals. Garlemald could be afforded similar treatment. You need only set aside your ambitions and join us in paving a path towards peace.
You will not win me over with sophistry, Your Grace. As you know only too well, this alliance lacks the strength to keep the peace within its own borders. Even now, your struggles with the Beastmen continue unabated. Divided, you sow this fertile soil with the seeds of your differences and reap naught but discord and chaos for your trouble. Eorzea must be united under one leader, one purpose. I would offer you both and bring an end to your strife.
With all due respect, Your Radiance, The only thing that you offered the people of Alamigo was fear and hopelessness.
The citizens of Dorma can also attest to the meager arms of Imperial rule. There is no purpose to be found in a life of oppression, each day more uncertain than the last.
Our people are willing to die for their freedom. A great many already have, and countless more will, if we don't put an end to this madness here and now.
We brought order and stability to your lives. This madness and bloodshed is of your own making. You broke the peace, not Garlemald.
Peace. Order. You kill our peoples, despoil our lands, take everything that is ours. And what? You expect us to lick the boot that grinds our faces into the dirt?
I expect you to weigh the costs. To recognize that countless lives have been lost on both sides in pursuit of a greater good, and to not squander all we have achieved in a fit of petulance.
I mean, this is going about as well as I expected.
Your Radiance. I fear I can personally attest to the dangers of pursuing one's vision with such righteous fervor. For 1,000 years, the Holy See of Ishgard waged war with dragons. 1,000 years of sacrifice, of sorrow and hate, in which we bathed in the blood of friend and foe alike. Had it gone on any longer, we may well have drowned. Yet we have chosen to raise ourselves out of this bloody spiral, and have since made peace with our former enemy.
So I understand. No doubt the dragons were more receptive to your overtures in the wake of their leader's demise. You speak of peace, yet use war to achieve it. Your father would not have bothered to obscure his intent with honeyed words. He understood that strength is all that matters in the end. Without his clarity of vision, I can but wonder what will become of Ishgard and her people. There was a time when Garlemald too lacked a leader of conviction. Weak and unable to wield magic, we were at the mercy of the strong, from whom we sought refuge in the bitter cold of the north. Were it not for the discovery of Ceruleum and the subsequent development of Magitech, we might never have gained the power to take back that which was rightfully ours.
You speak as if your people were the first to have been driven from their homes. Limsa Lominsa was built by wayward souls in search of a place to call their own. On the shores of Vilbrand we found it, and from those humble beginnings did we grow and flourish. And all without robbing our neighbors of their liberty.
So saith the pirate. Am I to believe that you simply asked the kobolds to yield up their lands and that they were happy to oblige you?
This guy's an answer to everything. Everything.
Of one of the many ships seized by your privateers. I will concede that after centuries of exile, reclamation may be mistaken for invasion. Nevertheless, it is not. And those who till stolen soil have no right to object when cast out in turn.
Your uncompromising nature rivals that of the Ixal. They too lament circumstances which they themselves perpetuate. Were they but to embrace peace, we would welcome them with open arms. Indeed, some few have done just that, and now receive of the 12's Wood's bounty. Would that your people might learn from their example.
You dare compare us to the Birdmen? You who thought to invoke the 12 and threaten all of creation.
I came here in the hope of finding some speck of common ground, but I see now these discussions will accomplish nothing. Despite what you people may believe, I am not wont to choose the sword over the olive branch. 'Tis but a pity men are loath to accept one without first being shown the other.
Wait! I beg you. This meeting was supposed to be a chance to find a way forward together, not to bemoan the missteps which brought us here. Please, if you truly consider violence a last resort, there must be a way we can come to an agreement.
As Mistress Alize says, we did not come here to bicker over the past, but to discuss how we might strive towards a brighter future. Emperor Varys, may I suggest a short recess, that all present might compose themselves prior to beginning anew?
Very well. I pray this intermission will suffice to move these talks in a more constructive direction.
I'm still wondering why he's even doing this. Because I mean, so like from what we've seen, like he's caught between two Ascians, who are like kind of holding his feet to the fire to continue to follow the same path, right? And so, like, is him maybe trying to look for a way out of it all? I do much wonder at Emperor Varys' decision to attend these negotiations. It is plain he has no intention of hearkening to our entreaties. But what then is his goal? 'Tis true that Limsa laments his beginnings were not wholly unhonorable, but our old wrongs do not make the Empire's deeds right. Whatever rebuttal I had in mind was lost when Varys mentioned my father. The man is certainly skilled at keeping his opponents off balance. For a moment I feared our talks would descend into violence there and then. Alice speaks of her dislike for politics, but her honest plea may very well have prevented an early battle. For years have we warred with the Empire, and with no end in sight. A parley such as this represents a unique opportunity, and I would not squander it with bitter words. Why do I get the feeling the Emperor is hiding something? Yes, that's what we were talking about, Lise. Varys holds fast to his ideals, just as I knew he would. He will not be swayed from his path. It has to do with being stuck between the two Ascian influences and wanting to be rid of them. Oh, we already talked to you. Phew, this is really not my forte. After his Radiance's little performance, it was all I could do not to swear at him. I honestly don't know how I ended up playing the mediator. I just asked myself what Elfino would have done, tried my best to do the same, and by some miracle it worked. But there really is no common ground to be found with that man, nor do I think he looked for any. So the question becomes, what did he come here to do? Because you may be certain it wasn't to make peace. Oh, whatever it is, I can't make it out. Not yet, at least. We do have a little time before the parley is due to reconvene, though, so why not try consulting our illustrious leaders? Mayhap they have some insight to share. Oh, now I gotta talk to him again. I will say one thing for Varys. He is well versed in Eorzean history. His interest in our affairs is that of a beast in its prey. The Conqueror would know his enemies. All should know their enemies, yet there is much and more we do not know of the Empire. I'm sure Varys would be happy to tell you more. Ha! You would have me ask the Emperor himself? Well, mayhap there is some wisdom in that. If we can skirt the storm of his displeasure, we may yet come to our answers, even if it does mean sailing close to the wind. 12 have mercy, but for Lady Alice's timely interjection, we might well have come to blows at the negotiating table. Not that Emperor Varys left us a great many options. Is unconditional surrender all he will accept, do you think? Ere he arrived, I'd have said yes, but having heard him speak, I could not help but think he came with some other end in mind. Exactly. He's building up to something, I know it. How then should we approach the rest of the parley? Have you anything to say, Warrior of Light? Invite Varys to explain himself? You believe he is more apt to reveal the truth if we put him at ease. Mayhap you are right. Thank you, Callista. Oh, where to talk to you, Emmerich. This parley was never like to bring peace, but I had hoped to learn something of Emperor Varys's relationship with the Ascians. As had we all. Yet if he is in league with them, he is not like to volunteer the fact. And if he is not, how much weaker would his position seem for their presence? If we are to broach that particular subject, we will need to be subtle. Would that I knew more of the man. If you would indulge me, Lord Hien. You received an imperial education, did you not? Is it true that the Emperor's will is considered absolute? There is no higher authority in all of Garlemald, nor else in the heavens come to that. Veneration of the gods is forbidden, the only worship permitted being that of His Radiance's own person. That sounds suspiciously like a religion in itself. I share your disdain for their hypocrisy. Even as they denigrate the idea of faith, they revere their leader with a fervor others reserve for the divine. 'Tis a flaw common to much of the doctrine they fed us. Logical on the surface, perhaps, but contradictory upon closer examination. I wonder if a discussion of the various discrepancies might prompt Varys to reveal something. Oh, we don't want to talk to you, Merylweb. You've spoken with everyone, then? Good. Now all that remains is to await the pleasure of the Emperor and hope we fare better at the second attempt. Well, I'm guessing something's going to break through here. Otherwise, it was all a waste of time.
Now then, who would have the floor?
Before we resume, I wish to offer you an apology. After you graciously accepted our invitation to discuss an armistice, we have done naught but rebuke you at every opportunity. I believe I speak for all of us when I say we are deeply sorry for our discourtesy.
I'll admit your familiarity with our affairs surprised me, and served to remind me how little I know of yours.
I think all here can understand the desire to reclaim one's homeland. But why expand further? That is my question.
If I may, the answer can be found in the Imperial doctrine they took great pains to impart to my people. Recognizing the threat icons posed to the world, Solus Zos Galvus decreed that they were to be eradicated. To this end, he began a campaign to unite all lands under the Garlean banner. Or so we were taught. Yet the Emperor only reached the burn, The Barrens said to have been laid waste by Icons, after conquering all the lands that lay between. What is more, I am quite certain the practice of summoning was not nearly so widespread in the days before the Empire's founding.
When you put it like that, it all starts to sound like an excuse, doesn't it? But to distract from what? Why are you really waging this war?
Finally, you ask the right question. I can but hope you heed mine answer and at last accept the righteousness of our cause. My goal is this: to return the world to the way it once was, the way it was always meant to be. In doing so, mankind will be made whole once more. No longer will we suffer from the dissension born of our differences. There will be but one race, a perfect race, as we were when time began.
What in Rolga's name are you talking about?
I am talking about the origins of this star, of the source and its 13 reflections. At the instant of the great sundering, 'twas not only the world that was shattered, but mankind itself. Thus were we divided into myriad races, each with its own unique imperfections. That is why man looks upon his neighbor and feels fear and hatred, why he wages war, why he kills his brother. You all in your own way have proven as much today. The peace you seek is but a fleeting solution to a fundamental problem. One which calls for more drastic measures. To bring about everlasting peace, our worlds must be rejoined. That is the goal the Empire would see realized. The glorious future unto which we shall one day shepherd mankind.
A rejoining of worlds. I have heard this tale of the Source and its reflections before.
Are these not the self-same desires as the Ascians?
Emperor Varys, do not trust in their words. They will lead you to your doom. My father thought to use them, but in the end he succumbed to their temptations. He embraced summoning like so many other pawns before him. Do not tell us you mean to do the same.
To be a pawn, free from the burden of choice, would be a blessing. But I forswore that privilege the day I learned that the Garlean Empire was built by the hand of an Ascian.
What?
Nice music.
Yes. My grandsire, the former emperor, is of their number. And who better to build an empire capable of bringing about the calamitous change we desire? Would you condemn me for this alliance? For bowing to the will of these shadowy masters, when the prize is true and lasting peace?
Everybody's like, you crazy, yo. Your prize is a lie, your master's demons.
I come not to conquer, but to liberate. To free man from the prison of divergence.
Imagine a world united. One perfect race beneath a single standard. An army before whose might these servants of darkness and light would fly as leaves in a storm, never again to meddle in man's affairs. We would be the masters of our own fate. I bid you join me, not as subjects of Garlemald, but of a new nation. And together we shall win freedom for ourselves and generations yet unborn.
You want to trigger another half-dozen calamities? You can't be serious!
Have you forgotten how many died? There will be no one left.
Do you truly imagine we would aid you in your bloodletting?
It is unthinkable, unconscionable.
Oh, we should stand.
And what is the alternative? To be as cattle waiting for slaughter? I would have us work together, that we might take fate into our own hands.
Into your hands, perhaps. But what of the other worlds, your radiance? With every calamity, you obliterate a star and every soul that dwells on it.
To the Ascians, we are all but tiny, momentary specks within an indifferent universe. We cannot hope to oppose them until we have been made whole once more.
Are these truly the words of Garlemald's ruler? The flaws and foibles which you so abhor are what make us who we are. Every nation, even yours, Emperor Varys, is made whole through the combination of these imperfections, the strengths of one compensating for the weaknesses of another. While it is true that man succumbs all too often to anger and avarice, he may yet overcome his baser instincts through the forming of bonds with others, fostering community and cooperation. That the protector of an empire should not only reject these fundamental truths, but seek to change them at so dear a cost to life is indefensible. Such a man is not fit to govern.
And you, warrior of light, would you refuse me as well?
We can defeat the Ascians as we are. We have before, we'll do it again.
It would seem the Alliance is of one mind on this matter.
You Eorzeans never cease to disappoint me. Though I suppose I have only myself to blame for expecting more from savages. This discussion is at an end. I bid you make ready for our next meeting. It will not be at the negotiating table.
Also, I have no idea how that helmet stays on his head. It does not seem like it would stay without shifting and just falling. With the little bit of skull piece that it has on it, I don't know how that would stay on there. Okay, so he does want to get out from the grip of the Ascians, but in the craziest possible way. That's a lot of people. We're not going to talk to everybody. I came back to find Doma's advance party ready and waiting for battle. So as worrying as our little chat with the Emperor was, it did buy enough time for at least some of our allies to arrive. The face of war. Alright. Well, I think that's where we're going to have to leave it for tonight. I believe by my accounting... Yeah. We have 3 quests left before Shadowbringers. So, when next we get back to Final Fantasy XIV, which will be on Friday, we will finish up this bridge content, and then we will vault ahead into Shadowbringers. So, exciting stuff. Yeah, the story went all over the place. Really wasn't sure exactly... I wasn't sure what to expect. But, yeah, that was bonkers. So... thanks everybody for joining me tonight, and we will be back not tomorrow night. We'll be back on Thursday night for more Xenogears, and then Friday night for some more Final Fantasy XIV. So until Thursday night, we will see you next time.